famous.
Yeah, we are.
True.
100. Stop! They can hear
Start a
you.
podcast.
Hey.
I've said like 2 things since entering this.
An affront against God. Alright, let's start this. Last time, speaking as a third-party observer with absolutely no interest in the matter, the good ones experience the true pleasures of my fantasy version of a criminal justice system that absolutely does not utilize any real world counterpart. Let me break this down the easiest way I know how to. Balka took a plea bargain ensuring her safety from a full trial. Arwen took a big dose of good boy pills and managed to get through the ordeal relatively unscathed. Ashlyn acted like a chimpanzee with a machine gun, meaning if Ashlyn was in the trolley problem, he would drift the fucking trolley, ensuring everyone dies, and then would blame their deaths on the socioeconomic status in the trolley maker company. Following their sentences, in Ashlyn's attempted actually nerd emoji, the 3 convicted were dished out their punishments. The Mai tattoos and a bike lock choker. The party reunited outside of the Divina Pasqua, where guys, short-lived happiness was obliterated by Grand Inquisitor Hugo Blase Lefrancois and Grand Inquisitor Valentino Tusciano Giordano, formally charging Captain Oxen and Lieutenant Elias with sedition, 1 count of conspiracy, multiple counts of inciting terror, multiple counts of crimes against the crown, multiple counts of crimes against the crown, 6 counts of murder, 1 count of royal abduction, and Elias was given the additional charges of desecration of a corpse and theft of innocence. With their hearts heavy, the party alongside Lancelot and Father Ibrahim were escorted back to their inn. Then you guys engaged in very legal magic within the boundaries of Winterbank, I'm not joking, gathering on the inn's rooftop to teleport far away from Fascist land. However, Father Ibrahim would not be joining you guys. No. He told Shrine...
burning down the cathedral.
Very close. He told Shrine he had other matters to handle while in Witherheart. Probably gonna go blow up some cars or something, and then he vanished into the night. Downtrodden, the party finds themselves in Camelot, waiting in anticipation for the trial. That's it. That's all I have. It was a short session. So what would you get that, Alicia?
6 hours of jury duty out of 10.
That's a great show. You should watch it, by the way. Jury Duty. It's really good.
That's really funny.
It's where they trick one guy into believing he's in an actual court, like an actual jury duty. Everyone else is a paid actor.
A documentary about jury duty. That's how they get like,
It's
the
so
cameras to
fucking
be
fun.
there.
And they do wild shit, and it's just like, whoa, I can't believe that happened. And I'm like, my guy.
He's actually also like a decent guy.
Yeah, he was very cute. I know. All right. Let me change the music again. Let me alter some things. We'll play the pretty piano song from Claude Debussy.
Not from Scream.
No, that'll come up later. Right now we're in cool mode. Okay, we're chilling. Being chilling.
I'm still manacled.
Yes, you are. Well, let me first explain. So you guys teleported. I'm not gonna make you guys wait 10 days. That would be funny, but I'm not going to. For the trial, you're waiting 10 days. It's 10 days. That's what Hugo said. He was like, you have 1 week. And then Arthur was like, shucks. You do, but I'm gonna take care of that. I'm gonna wave my magical hand. Boom. And it's gonna be taken care of. They do suffer for quite some time because they're socially inept, especially talking to women. And Merlin being a woman means that. Yeah, I know.
Autism women don't count.
They're basically boys.
You were the boy.
Yeah.
You guys go to the bathroom. They can't go number 2.
That's not
because
true.
your hands are. How are they gonna wipe?
Lancelot's gonna help him.
That's better.
He's a dad.
That's canon.
Arwen went uppies. No, there's actually, don't worry about it. Shitting doesn't exist in this world. It never has. Bathrooms aren't real. They can't hurt
Actually,
you.
Arwen can just prestidigitation his poop. Oh no, he can't because no
You
magic.
can't 'cause no magic. It's stuck.
dude!
The
He's
opposite of Harry
the
Potter.
first time he had to wipe in like 5 years.
Arwen has progressively
have
become
to
more
see it.
stinky throughout the days.
Do you have like a mirror in your bathroom so when you shit, you can stare into your fucking butthole and then use prestidigitation?
Do you have to see it?
I'm pretty sure it's a space you can see.
No.
Are you looking?
No. I would never do that.
What is it? What are the rules? I'm gonna look it up too. You can't stop me. I'm a bad bitch.
It just says you instantaneously clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot. I can also soil
I
your
could shit
pants.
your pants.
I can
You
shit
create
your
one of the
pants.
following magical effects within range.
Just within range.
Okay.
My asshole is within range.
Your asshole is in fact within range. Thank you. Thank you for that. Astute observation.
I still have 69 HP.
Nice.
I haven't healed that.
Hmm.
God, Kiddo Sheet's a fucking cryptid horror.
Using
Your character sheet's an SCP.
Yeah.
I don't know what you rolled for anal circumference, but I'm pretty sure it was less than 1 cubic foot.
it's really good. Yeah,
Don't talk
you
to me
could
ever again.
you could kill literally anyone in this party right now. At a given moment.
What?
I just
Oh,
remembered I had
yeah.
a boon.
She took the boon of ignore barbarians.
Your resistances don't mean anything to me.
Yeah, your
No.
immunity's on the other hand.
Yeah, that's fine. You're good. You're safe.
You're still immune. Alright. So here's what happens. Okay. We got a lot to cover. Short amount of time. I know. Only 4 hours. You know how much, do you know how little time that is? So first and foremost, remember Lancelot ran away and was like, Merlin, oh my god, Merlin, 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 in that exact tone and inflection. You guys, maybe over the course of several minutes, or over the course of several days, because you're embarrassed, eventually get your manacles off. How do you do so? Let me tell you. He first blindfolded you. No. No. You guys are explained to Octat that you can either get a key, quote unquote key, that allows the to unbind the manacles, or alternatively, you could do the not dispel magic, the circle of the anti-magic circle, and then you could break it the normal way. And because she does not have a key, but does have access to magic, including that spell, she cast it, and then using Volka and her, hammer skills, she's able to kind of help you guys out, shattering them. And once the chain is broken between the two manacles, they just kind of crumble. Not like in a dust or anything like that, but like the actual like cuffs around your arms separate, almost like they were never held together at any point. Yeah, that's how you get out of them. So, that in mind. Days have passed, and the halls of Camelot remain empty outside the party's presence. Lancelot and Merlin tirelessly stay awake in Merlin's chambers, examining what options they have to help Arthur. Sir Percival, one of the other Knights of Brimstone, of Fire and Brimstone that you guys have met before, that you met in Theros, specifically in Sly's Casino, is the first to arrive of several lawyers, aiding the collective. In time, another lawyer joins the fray. He goes by Sir Gawain, the Knight of Many Kisses, and his eyes look like opals. I have a picture for you. Gawain. Gawain.
All these old men look the same.
He's even posted the picture.
I know, I'm looking at the previous ones.
I'll tell you.
They are all the same person.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm
we've
just
seen
posting the
this person
pictures
before.
again for you guys. That's Sir Percival.
Oh, Sir Percival's cute. We love him.
Sir Gawain. Here, I'll go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna post it for you. There you go.
Or Sir Gawain is cute then. We love them.
Then I'll go ahead. Yes. Kind of, yeah. So they're helping Lancelot. So let me break this down even further. So that's their introduction. You guys have met Sir Percival before. This is your first time meeting Sir Gawain, the Knight of Many Kisses. He focuses specifically in inheritance law and family law, although the lawyer, so he's able to help out where he can. All of you are put in one of the many spare rooms of the castle, and time passes very, very slowly for you. It's kind of boring. Not a lot going on. Rain pours uncontrollably, dampening the entirety of the emerald views of Ire. A somber mood hangs over the castle as the brightest minds in law attempt to work together to quote-unquote save Captain Oxton and Lieutenant Elias. So, here's what I mean. Let me paint a picture for you. A lot of the time is spent, for the lawyers, inside of Merlin's chambers. And it's what you would kind of expect from a shut-in recluse mage. Chaos incarnate, but full of wonderful baubles and trinkets. Imagine like a streamer setup. So you're like, that's a lot of bags of McDonald's.
Little RGB lights.
Yeah, why do you have
A
that?
lot of RGB candles you have.
Yeah, and the only reason why she
RGB
has it is
candles.
because, you know, Lancelot's like, you need light in your room. Please. So, but there's one area in particular that appears to not be in any form of disarray, and that is her study. Obviously, it's her streamer setup. She has to have a cool background. With a mini fridge full of C4. Not the explosives, the drink.
A mini fridge with a pipe bomb in it.
From Ibrahim.
Whoa, so cool.
What you guys see is 3 wall-sized windows, just big fucking windows, in a trifold surrounding a heavy desk. Merlin, can be found either sitting like Elle from Death Note, so like legs to her chest, like a gremlin, or sleeping in the same massive armchair. Surrounding her, levitating on their own, are massive mirrors that slot together and project a visual feed in real time. She has it focused pretty much constantly on Arthur, Oxton, Elias, and Esme, who are kind of inseparable in this inn. Merlin's mirror, for those who are arcanically inclined, so one of you, she has to feed spell slots, but it's functionally a souped-up version of Scry. And she tells you that it only works on people that she's very familiar with. Don't like Scrying, where you can be like, well, they kind of look like this. And they might hold this item. She has to be very familiar with these. But as long as she has spell slots to feed it, it will continue to act. The other thing, too, is that although it appears previous times have shown you, specifically Oxton engaging with queer boy, magician, he can see through like levels of invisibility or can see into other planes, not quite sure. One thing is for sure is, Arwen, you're familiar that scrying typically has like a scrying eye or a sphere that's present that acts as like the anchor point, but it's invisible, right? It seemingly appears that Oxton can't see this, which means there's something uniquely behind this like version of scrying. Yeah. So, with that being set in stone, the lawyers are in here, kind of gathered around her table, talking, not really communicating with Arthur, because it's not one-to-one, but she'll like ask a question, and then the team of Lancelot and the 2 cute twinks that I found on the side of the 7-Eleven are able to kind of ask each other and start forming like cohesive thought. What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
They don't have a fever or anything. Don't worry, Arwen. You're fine.
Oh, okay, they're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're able to kind of act as like Google. He's like,
Wait, but are they pretty people?
oh, they're very pretty. You look at them.
Okay, I can only engage with pretty people.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah. You take a look at them and you're pretty sure. Well, you definitely saw Elias interact with Percival, so you know you're safe there.
Okay,
And
he's good. And the other one's called
The Night of Many
Kisses, so
Kisses.
he's probably good too.
Yeah, oh no, he's definitely good. Trust me.
Okay.
Notably, when you first meet him, he doesn't try to kiss you because that would be weird. Unlike that sage who said, "Hey, you're cursed. The only way we can break this right now is for me to kiss you."
The
That's
only
just-
way we make out.
The Ishunans are weird. I get quirky with it, as it were. So, is there anything you guys wanted to engage in over this little brief time skip we're tackling? About 9 days. You're allowed to say no. I'm just asking. I will go around.
Yes.
Veronica would just be asking
okay.
if there's anything she can do to help.
Lancelot would be like, "That's really nice."
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like, "Oh, that's so sweet." He like pets your head and he goes, "Oh, that's good. That's it. Everyone pet the girl's head. There you go." There would be pretty limited on what you could really aid, mostly because you don't know the finer inner workings of the law, except for how to get the book thrown at you, which happens in your experience. With that being said, though, Merlin suggests, "Hey, maybe you should write a little something that can help out with it if you want to. You know, cute." And then, you know, she doesn't kiss you because that's the Night of Many Kisses thing, so she blows you a kiss while he's not looking. Yeah, so Arwen, what do you want to do?
Can I get my hair dyed white?
First of all, you don't dye hair white. You bleach it. You
Bleach
don't
it.
add
Sorry.
color. You're taking color
I'm
away.
Sorry.
Also, that's like one of the hardest colors to get, and your hair is.
We're in
really
fantasy world. We're in
I
fantasy world.
mean, fantasy
We're in
world.
fantasy world.
But is it magical dye or normal hair dye?
I don't know. It's for Elias. It doesn't matter.
I will say yes, but you can't do it
I'll
by
pay money.
yourself.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to get someone who is dexterous to help you with this. Because I assume, Luke, you've never had your hair bleached before.
No, I've never had my hair bleached before.
You need someone who, you know, can first of all interact with your hair. So that's number one. Number two is you're gonna need someone who can manage that, because your scalp is gonna burn. It's not gonna feel great. Fortunately for you, you know somebody
Okay.
who has what's your dex?
All right, I'll get
Me too.
Dredgen to do it. No. Then that would be funny.
Yeah, I'll say maybe Dredgen and Shrine can help you.
Are you
Dredgen's just like,
bleaching your
They're
what do you mean?
willing.
Dredgen's just like, just change your hair, and then just changes it in front of you.
Just change it. Moron.
What were we saying?
Are you bleaching your eyebrows too?
What
No.
color are Elias's?
Don't look. It's up for you.
Wait. Are Elias's white? That's his natural hair
I
color,
don't
isn't
remember.
Though that is his natural hair color, yes.
it? Okay, then yes.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Do I draw this man with white
Yeah,
eyebrows?
you did. It's literally on the camera. It's on the stream. He's there.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah.
The
I mean, I'm gonna need bleach, developer, toner.
you can have all of it.
All right, bet.
I mean, have you seen
I'll
Lancelot's
pay.
hair?
How much do I have to pay? It's not true, actually.
Let me look at hair products with edition. D&D.
I feel like 5 gold pieces is a fair deal.
That's a
dying.
lot of
Five
money.
$500.
500. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's too much money.
Here we go.
We're rich.
I don't understand what's going on here, but people are saying dead snails.
Dead snails.
Me too.
Hydrogen peroxide bleaches hair. Anything acidic would bleach hair.
Here we
That
go.
makes sense.
Hair
Honey?
dye.
No
Oh.
acid arrow.
There
Honey's
is-
acidic.
This is a fake thing, right?
You said anything acidic.
I got like lemon level of acidity.
Oh, okay.
Not like milk levels of acidity.
That's just my favorite fun fact, is that most things that are sweet are acidic, technically.
Milk is acidic.
Let me just look at the price of dye.
In real life? Or?
No, in the okay, that doesn't exist. Why does it
We're
not
gonna
exist?
dye your hair with clothing dye.
I don't know, about $20 for a full set. You might even get a few extra D6s.
Table of mundane items or gear. Miscellaneous. Thank you. I personally... Okay, this is not helping me.
I mean, you can look up like some like cleaning stuff maybe because it's bleach.
I hate you so fucking
Maybe.
much.
Not the same.
Maybe. Not the same thing, but like, what else? What else do we have to go based off of?
Disguise kits come with hair dye. Just saying.
It does?
Apparently.
That's so smart.
She's right.
Alright, disguise
She's so
kit.
smart.
How many things are in the disguise kit? Let's do some math here. We can...
Enough.
No. Do you just want to buy a disguise kit?
Yeah.
Okay, 25 gold pieces.
All right. Done deal.
And now you have a
Does anyone
disguise kit.
have a disguise kit? I might just have a disguise kit.
I've already bought it. It's over.
Look, wouldn't Dredgen have one?
I don't think he does,
100%.
actually.
Where would he need one?
Yeah.
That's so true.
I think his reason... He might have had one when we were first making his
Kids
character.
come with outfits, not he can't change his clothes.
Yeah, I
He
said I
has
don't need
his
to.
space.
He bought cargo shorts.
And a white t-shirt.
Like,
The cargo shorts
Alright.
are so
Like an
funny.
Asian.
We gotta get this man socks and sandals too.
I didn't
Complete
actually
fit.
give him cargo shorts. He bought pants and said, I'm gonna cut them into shorts. And I was like, okay, Sam.
He bought cargo pants to make them into cargo.
No, he just bought pants and then cut them into shorts and said, these are cargo shorts now.
They make shorts.
I know. I was
It
like, what are
doesn't
you
look
doing?
like I have a disguise kit.
Alright,
I have
well,
thieves.
He already
That's
bought
okay
it.
because I have one.
Yeah, that's true. You bought one from the local town that has disguise
Nice.
kits. You know those Irish and their
Nice.
fucking shady ways.
Just go to
Isn't
improve
red
it.
like a notoriously really hard color to dye too?
I think
or
it's
like-
purple.
No. I mean like
Is it-
going from
oh.
red.
Oh, going from red.
No. But like you're in Ireland, so
Well, if you have red hair and you bleach it, there's a lot of orange undertones, so you can turn out
Oh.
brassy easier than like somebody who's not a
so
redhead.
that makes sense why they would have the best hair dye here in Ireland is because they're a bunch of redheads.
Why would they need to dye their hair? They're naturally.
Maybe they want to change it. Lancelot doesn't change it though. 'Cause he's cool.
I've never met a redhead in real life who dyed their hair any other color.
That's so true, actually.
I've met one.
You're so right.
She gay?
She is.
Doesn't count. Mental illness, love.
Sister.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
All right, I stand
This is
corrected.
Dude, imagine having red hair and having a mental illness. You're basically just like a husk because you got no soul. Your mind's not at 100.
Send that to her. You'd be very happy with that. Alicia's favorite things in this world are getting disrespected by men and then drawing Elias.
I'm out here being attacked. I'm just trying to find a picture of Arwen so I can change his hair color.
I considered drawing Elias like mocking you, the illustrator, directly.
She's already done it. She didn't want to do it. She's already done it.
No.
Like, would that be cathartic or would that like just make you spiral?
She's gonna become the next spiral stage, Alicia.
Did I do this with
Oh
Arwen
my
like that?
God.
Hold on.
All right, I'll let you.
Oh my god.
So okay, you have hair
He would
dye.
wear all that.
You have a shrine. With these two
she willing to help?
combined, oh yeah,
I ain't got shit to do.
Sick. Sick.
she is haunting the halls. Okay. I'm not gonna make you roll it because I'm gonna say that you take your time with it. I mean, you're a statue woman. I feel like you're like I have nothing but time.
I do not have gentle hands.
Thank you.
Just ripping your hair out.
Oops. Like his entire handful of like hair.
Here we go. I'm taking the picture of Cooler Arwen and I'm changing his hair color.
Don't do that.
He's about to be really cool, Arwen.
It's
Yeah.
just stretching.
It was the first picture I could find of Arwen though. So that is PNG. Cooler Arwen. with white hair.
And then if I had remaining time, which I'm assuming I
Oh, yeah.
will, I would just like to sit in,
And listen.
like, not like and listen,
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
absorb information like a sponge.
You can do so. It's like watching one schizophrenic mental, like, institute patient interacting with like the two orderlies, which is to say, you're watching Lancelot be like, okay, but like, have we looked at hedgehog law? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about, oh boy?
Have we thought about this?
You know what?
What if we put them at sea?
Not an
Then they're on
absolute
my
first
domain.
Oh yeah, do we dye his feathers as well? Is that bad? Can you do that? Is that legal?
What would look cooler? What would Elias approve of?
Well, none of this.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
No, he loves this.
Does he?
Yeah, he would absolutely love this.
I can't find the editable file of Arwen's like token. Because I named the PNG
Moth boy.
Glass Mothman Boy Guy. But that's not what the editable file's name is.
Well, you can find it. we got a lot of tokens to update. Because
I got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you, bitch.
Here's your new job.
Alright.
Get to drawing.
Arwen, after getting his hair and feather bleached, feathers plural, he doesn't have one.
Just one.
Yeah, just one. You sit down and you just kind of soak in the,
Bleach.
yeah, the bleach and also the knowledge being spewed about. Okay. Ashlyn, is there anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay, just vibe out.
Change some spells out. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm about to commit prepare spiritual weapon.
As you should. Don't worry. Unlike Baldur's Gate, it still acts the same. It doesn't have an HP, and quite frankly, a relative amount
Its
of
own
HP.
turn.
I hate that game. It's not
How,
Bloons.
how do you hate that game? I thought you don't play it.
I don't play it.
Yeah.
It's because he hates it.
Yeah, that's why I hate it.
Yeah, of course.
That'll hurt my blood.
One time, I accidentally targeted the spiritual weapon instead of the enemy because it was right next to it.
I've done that. I've definitely
was
hit
so
Gale
bad.
with a couple of Eldritch Blasts before.
He was like, "Why the fuck did you hit spiritual weapon?" I was like, "I don't know."
Carlock and myself are catching
Carlock.
strays over here. We're out here in the streets, and then we just hear, "Blah, blah, 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 blah," and we're like, that might hit us.
I've
A wizard.
I shot fucking Gale into a pit with
Good.
a
You had it
thunder wave.
Good.
One time by accident. I was like, shit, I don't know where he went. I don't know how to
Gale.
revive him.
Gone and certainly forgotten. Fucking hate. Alright. And then, Shrine, besides bleaching, is there anything you're gonna do?
I don't think so.
Very well. You said you wanted to talk to the lawyers?
Well, I want to offer them help, but
We'll take it.
whatever they need.
Anyone who's willing to information. So even if you guys are willing to give like your personal statements over the events that happened, they'll listen to.
Oh, well, as somebody who stays conscious for every single fight
Yeah,
and
Good
shit,
one.
I'll give them like my memories.
Sounds
So
good.
cursed, I love it.
And they're like, ooh. They're just writing down everything. Oh, that makes sense.
Literally, Bianchi fucking attacked us first. It's bullshit.
Something to note. Yeah, you're right. He did attack you first. So they take down your guys' statements. And they kind of funnel it into like one huge master dock, right? So that way they can just kind of, at the end of every day, everything that they can gather that they deem as useful, they take it, and then you watch. It's very strange at first. They take the collection of reports and then throw it into the local fireplace, and you're like, "Oh my god, what the fuck? Why would you do that?" But then you watch from the other fireplace shoots out from the inn's fireplace. They shoot out the letters, meaning that they have some way of transporting things through fireplaces, which is very normal. I promise. Arwen, you're familiar with this. Yeah, you're familiar with this. But to the rest of the uninitiated, it's like, why the fuck would you do that? Oh my god, what the fuck? And then you're like, oh, never mind. You guys aren't just losing it. Got it. But very well. Your meals are taken care of, so the help, you're relieved of duty as of right now, because you're acting lieutenant. But the Lancelot is the one who feeds all of you, and it's about what you would expect. You're like, oh my god, you can make omelets, and he goes, yeah, and then he only makes omelets
every morning.
That's so funny.
And you're like, oh, I see. This is the thing you're good at. And he's like, yeah, I am. I'm good at that.
Busting all omelets.
You guys also...
Are they like American style omelets? What kind of omelets we talking?
Well, he's Irish, so do what you want with that knowledge. So, better than British, but like, by how much?
Gotcha. Gotcha. Hash browns and scrambled eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Lot of protein. He's a big boy. His bulk season for him right now. For you guys, you're like, what the fuck? He's just pounding back fucking workout mix.
Just a dozen eggs every day.
Yeah, just eats them raw.
Every breakfast.
Shell included.
He cracks them on the shelf and just eats them.
Yeah. Have you seen Gaston? He's built like Lancelot, not the other way around. Lancelot's got to keep his fucking Dorito body shape frame.
Dorito figure.
Yeah, man. He's fucking yoked out of his mind. Arthur will leave him if he's not fit. Moral of the story: omelets. You also eat a surprising amount of that's not the surprising part. You guys eat a lot of seafood. The surprising part is that it's actually prepared pretty decently. Maybe it's the fact that he has said multiple times, "Hey, I'm a sailor, not a pirate. I'm a sailor, though. Promise." So that's what you guys are eating, which is better than what you guys have ate in the past. So seafood's really good. You guys eat a lot of lobster. He's like, it's red like me. It is. He sees you as poor. Poorer than him. Okay. So several days pass. Several nights even pass too. You could argue that. And the crunch time is definitely upon you. Unlike your guys' trial, you didn't really know when it was going to start. It just kind of happened. With Arthur and the two delinquents, they know when it's happening, so they're like, and when I mean they're doing that, I mean it's mostly Lancelot, like Arthur and the lawyers, and then Oxen's like, this is nice. And then Elias is just blissfully unaware. He's playing
a day off.
He's playing on his Switch. Yeah, he's playing his Switch. He's catching up, on the latest video games. Yeah. All right. Brian, in the evenings, you said you're haunting the halls.
Haunting?
There's not too much going on, if you can believe that, besides the constant rain. But you're able to, I would say, pretty accurately, because you have so much free time, soak in the layout of Camelot. I would say that you're familiar with it. I wouldn't say all of its secrets, but you have enough time to use like your mason's kit and your like carpentry tools and stuff like that, to look for hidden passages, and you find some here or there that lead into like from one room to another. But I would say you're pretty proficient with the area. Not a favorite terrain by any means, but you're like, okay, I know the layout of Camelot. The only place you're not really allowed into is Merlin's auxiliary tower, which is where it can like apparently be in between realms of existence. you might see why that would be forbidden. But everything else you can explore. Now, Alicia, you told me that Volka would be spending sleepless evenings around Merlin. That is fine. She normally also does that. She just kind of passes out, and you're like, oh, okay, that's nice. She's like a cat.
Good night.
Yeah, like, okay. One evening though, and let me back this up just a little bit more. Sorry. Occasionally, you would see Arthur. Nope, you would see her, but Lancelot. You would see Lancelot interacting with Merlin's mirror a bit different than just looking at it. The two would coordinate something, and then Lancelot would be able to walk through the mirror and be there in person with the rest of the goon squad.
Sick.
It seemed like they didn't do it too much, and it was something that they didn't do out of desperation, but like when Lancelot was going to be there for extended periods of time. And then he would get home using the recall ring. All of the Fire and Brimstone members, their rings, the ones with their, the cursive letter of whatever knight they're impersonating, you can use that to recall back to Camelot, back in the main foyer where you guys. With that being established, there was one evening where Merlin went through the mirror. With Lancelot acting as guard behind the desk. When Merlin was there, first of all, it was a surprise to everyone, including Arthur, who was like, what the fuck are you doing out of your cage? But it seemed like Merlin was mostly there to be with Elias. Something that Lancelot, of course, you would expect to make constant fun of. And then be like, why would she even need an Elias when we have an Elias right here? Obviously referencing Arwen, who now has Elias's hair.
White hair.
But as the night progressed and everything, Lancelot was like, that's nice. And then through what appears to be kind of like when people throw like white sheets over like furniture to quote unquote preserve it, protect it from like dust and stuff like that, he did that. He threw that over the mirror and was like, we'll give them their privacy. And then was like, we're gonna leave now. Goodbye.
All right.
But the following morning, she came back. And she seemed to be in a much more... She was at first, when he first came here, was very nervous and was progressively like more and more anxiety driven. But after coming back from the evening, she seems a lot more mellowed out. Still nervous, but not nearly as frantic. Okay then. With that, the final evening passes, the 9th night, into the 10th morning, which is the day of the trial. All of you are gathered in Merlin's room. I guess you don't have to be. Is everyone gathered in Merlin's room? You can say no.
Yes.
You guys gonna watch the primetime television? He has the HBO subscription.
Yeah, I kind of seem to recall being banished from the country, so...
Only from Winterbank. You're fine. Yeah. Dredgen, renowned terrorists, specifically committed terror against Winterbank, allowed in the country. Ashlyn does an oopsie-whoopsie twice. You're banned, son.
And you got the special little chain around your neck now.
I like to imagine Dredgen just is unaware of this fact and is just living on blissfully. So, my question is, are all of you gathered in Merlin's office to watch the courtroom showdown?
Yes.
Yes.
That is a good point. It has been made clear to me that Ashen has to be in the back of the bus because his horns would block the view.
I am taller now as well, so...
Yeah, so you have to sit back there with Lancelot. Yeah. Lancelot is just going to be the chaperone. What a scary chaperone.
He really is a Tard guard.
I know. Oh my god, that would be awful. Yeah, do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't even give a heck. I don't even give a heck. Alright. I gotta do a lot of speaking. Sinuses.
Just stop being sick, idiot.
I'm gonna beat you up. On camera and off camera.
He's mad because I got over COVID in like 2 days.
Fuck you, bitch.
The sleeper build.
I brought up John Lennon to a coworker, and she straight up asked me, "Are you a big fan of beating women hand in hand?" And I was like, I don't. And she
Good
was
woman.
just like, "Only if they
Sounds
deserve
funny.
it, right?" And then she just like held up her hand for a high five.
Oh my god.
Good woman.
Yoko Bay.
Funniest woman ever.
Impossible.
If being gay is a spectrum, there has to be one ultimate gay. The gayest of the gays.
The most gay.
The gayest.
Also asked if my sister was gay, and I said like, I think 50% of the time.
That is the correct answer. Your Honor. Good answer. Good answer. Let's check the board.
I think 50% of the time.
Let me break down. I'm gonna start crying right now.
Me too, man.
Oh, hello. I'm back.
Hello.
So, it's the day of the trial. You guys are in the courtroom. You know, like the Jumbotron? You guys are the Jumbotron. Except, you know, you can see everything. The people present in the courtroom. This is a huge list of NPCs. I need you to establish who's here, okay? For the Moonlighters, you see Lord Commander Winterhide, also known as She Who Gnaws on Bones, Commander Zorana, the Mage Slayer, Brigadier Saga Bittersteel, the Ice Queen, Major Sylvie Blightsteel, Contagion, Captain Ivar, Lieutenant Hera in the Raiders, Captain Daichi and Lieutenant Torsen, Captain Helana and Lieutenant Locks. So you have the leader and the lieutenant, or the co-leader of the Moonlighters. You then have the leader and co-leader of the Third Army. Then you have every member of the Second Army, like all the brass of the Second Army here. Or sorry, the First Army, which is the Vanguard. You also see, for I believe only Arwen and Ashlyn, another familiar face, which is Captain Baptiste. And it looks like some other quote-unquote renowned Moonlighter of the Second Army. Yeah, like the leaders of the Willowallies and so on. You also see Domino and Virtue, the only two members of Mimi Moko present. Faye McDouglas, Kian Shikizaki, Sin, Amon, and Baron Aniel Caesar Burntwick. Preacher, Laurent Auclair, the Grand Faker. No, we are not every single one of them. The scary important ones, though. You also see Warden Artis, also known as Blackfin, Renoran Easton and Olympia Easton, Vanette Rainbridge, Pennystein and Cyric, as well as several. Stop saying how. Just ignore those two. Yeah, Loki and his cool guy, the cool homeless man he found.
Loki and his boyfriend.
Yeah, the Jew. Loki and John Jew are here. You also see several what appears to be magically inclined individuals. And how do I say that? Or why do I say that? They're wearing robes and they look like they're part of the occult. All of which are apparently on the side of the of Oxton and Elias. Of the enemies you see three Inquisitors. Inquisitor Love. Inquisitor Vivaldo Astaldo. Inquisitor Volpi Vopiri. You saw him a couple times, but the most notable one is after you guys fought the Candyman. He was like, "Oh shit, good job," and then left. Pontiff Atticus Decimus, Grand Inquisitor Hugo Blase Lefrancois, the Master of Information, and Grand Inquisitor Valentino Tusciano Giordano, the Maiming Hand. Their introduction into the courtroom, Captain Oxen, Lieutenant Elias, Lieutenant Esme, and Arthur cover themselves in black clothing, seemingly like they are going to a funeral. All of them, besides Arthur, have a golden moonlighter pin over their heart. Black and gold, of course, being Oxen's team colors. And then the moonlighter pin being, important because they're moonlighters. Grand Inquisitor Valentino Tusciano Giordano is once again the prosecutor to the case and is wearing his classic garbs. The judge is introduced as the Honorable Supreme Arbiter Lord Darkassan Glanodel II, the Master of Law. He was at your guys' trial. He just wasn't the presiding judge. Or the presiding judge. He is wearing a full plate set of armor adorned in the colors of the sovereign crown of Artorica, so lilac and silver. He takes the judge's bench and looks over everyone. It is a very, very crowded courtroom, not just of supporters of Oxen Alliance, but also as well as the jury. The jury is composed of Winterbank citizens from both the mainland and the Land of Ire. A special witness is sent, an envoy in the stead of the ruler of Ireland. This person is introduced as Sir Rowan the Porcelain, and I have a picture. She stands where she enters wielding, of course, a Highlandic greatsword, which is like the big bulky ones. Highlandic. I don't know if that's the correct term.
I think it's a claymore.
Is it technically a claymore? Oh yeah, it's a Scottish claymore. My apologies. It's so funny. No, it's just blade, which accompanies her big frame. Not only is she like obviously rather muscular and adorned in this plate mail, but she also stands shorter than Esme, but within the realm of like 6'2", 6'4". She doesn't wear a helmet. Instead, keeping her hair just braided behind her back. She has what is it called? A tartan, I think is how you pronounce it. Like the plaid patterns on like kilts, adorning her armor. Lore reason for those who are interested. Those are the okay. Alright. So, the patterns of the tartan, or sorry, she is adorned in many tartan patterns, and it is described to you guys as the last remaining noble houses of Ireland. She's kind of like the Crown's Guard, so she's sworn to protect the ruling monarch of Ireland, who is known as the Little Black Road. Another special witness is another envoy who is sent in the stead of the ruler of Artorica. This is a knight you've met before. It is Dr. Florence of the Waste. And she's one of the shield bearers. She's in charge of protecting the sovereign crown. This particular one you've met before, and the Lucidium Conservatory with Ezra himself, Sovereign Ezra. So the two are acting as witnesses to this trial from two ruling areas, and then obviously Atticus is here on Winterbank's behalf. The trial. Let's get into it. That's so funny. You always get them mixed up too. It's specifically those two songs.
And I'll do it again.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright. It opens with Supreme Arbiter Lord Darkassin Glanadel II citing the following charges. After a brief introduction. Welcome all to the trial of Lucius Killian Oxton, son of a Lucian, and Elias Soren Constantine Kotzenbach. Both of them are charged today with sedition, multiple counts of conspiracy, multiple counts of inciting terror, multiple counts of crimes committed against the crown, multiple counts of misdirection, multiple counts of coercive behavior that led to a crime, 6 counts of murder, 1 count of royal abduction, and Elias has been given the additional charges of 1 count of desecration of a corpse, 1 count of theft of innocence. We will begin today's trial with the prosecution's opening statement, followed then by the defense's opening statement. From there, the trial will take place and then conclude with Elias's closing statement and Lucius's closing statement. I will then give a verdict. A fair one. He looks down at the prosecutor's side. Giordano smiles. He then, the arbiter, holds out his hand. Holds out his hand? Oh, sorry. He's like gesturing for like out forward towards the prosecutor. You may begin. He takes his arms and he crosses them across his chest. Prosecutor stands up from his table, looks over at the defense, gives them a nod, and then walks to the center of the room, turning to address the entire courtroom, his voice booming. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're honorable, you're holy, and the divine. Today we gather to confront a series of heinous crimes that strike at the very heart of our society and its foundations. Elias Soren Constantine Kotzenbach and Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian, stand here accused of tormenting not only the realm of Winterbank, but the entire kingdom of Artorica. For many of us, the wounds that these two men have forced on our society still live within our memories. Elias Soren Constantine Kotzenbach, nicknamed Corpse Collector, was previously convicted of 1 count of attempted murder on a Winterbank envoy, several counts of inciting terror, several counts of murder, 1 count of political subterfuge, several counts of mutilation, 1 count of stalking, 1 count of desecration of a corpse, several counts of public indecency, and several counts of theft of innocence. All of these, all of them, charged, tried, and convicted on. Sentenced to death for being what he is, a monster, but evaded justice by the welfare hand of the Moonlighters. Rescued from the flames by none other than Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian. Lucius, nicknamed Wolf Who Never Lets Go, was previously convicted of several counts of attempted murder, several counts of inciting terror, sedition, public subterfuge, and 24 counts of murder. All of these crimes were committed against both the Holy Crown and Royal Crown of Winterbank. His nickname, that he wears with increasing honor, depicts him best. A man who holds and keeps grudges. He, similar to his lieutenant, was sentenced to death for his crimes. One life for 24 is not fair nor just, but it was the only option the court had at the time to redeem what was lost. But he too was given a lifeline from Sir Vikoth Mountain Leaper Winterhide, previous Lord Commander of the Moonlighters. I said Vikoth, it's pronounced Vikoth, my apologies. These two convicted murderers, no. I will not give them that. Terrorists were both saved from the grave and taken into the custody of the Moonlighters, where they were allowed to prosper and spread like rot, consuming the pure and innocent in their wake. They continue to spread their hateful rhetoric across generations, causing more and more problems, yet they go unpunished. It delights me to say that these demons finally slipped up. It is with a heavy heart, however, that it took more lives for us to be able to finally catch them. So, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. A trial decades in the making that these two can't and won't escape from. I stand before all of you, ready to present evidence of these two men's atrocities. We, the Church, believe in our case, believe in our faith in the witness, and believe it is time for conviction. He lets a moment, the heavy statements linger in the air, and walks back over to his desk. The Lord Arbiter takes his arm and once again gestures for Arthur. She steps forward, her footsteps echoing. Ladies and gentlemen, with us here today, it is of the utmost importance we look at the facts and only the facts. Starting with 19 counts of murder in the first degree, not 24. What of the remaining 5? He glances around the courtroom, looking for an answer. Chapon Neve Shikizaki Oxton slew 4 preservers, and Griffin Aki Oxton slew 1 preserver, making Lucius Killian Oxton responsible for 19 counts of murder in the first degree and 5 counts of murder in the second degree. And those are the facts. Since we are already discussing the facts, let's continue down this mindset, shall we? He looks at the prosecutor. Fact. Lucius Killian Oxton has served 20 plus years in the Moonlighters, majority of which have been under the rank of captain. In his years, he has received over a dozen pardons for his teams for their bravery on the front lines of our collective enemies. Or against the front lines. Another fact. The Crown of Faraway, the Tajir of Artalia, the Asban Accordance of Lawcrest, the Crown of Fallmarsh, the Crown of Nordland, the Crown of Faykeep, the Ruling Sword of Ashuna, Isle de Gaul, Bellissima, and Borican have all given out pardons to this man's team members over the years. And so I have to ask, why has he never received one personally? She looks for an answer. I'll tell you. As a part of his original sentencing, the Arbiter made it that Lucius could only ever be pardoned if Ireland and the Sovereign Crown agreed to it. This is an impossible challenge. And it's reduced to a laughable thought. Yet, that did not stop him from doing good in this world. For those who were there when they were recruited... Sorry, let me try that again. For those who were there when he was recruited, they saw a broken man who lost everything and didn't want to join. He didn't join the Moonlighters to avoid punishment. He did so to help our broken realms. He kept his nose clean, killing threats to the lives of the innocent. Fact. Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian, is a good man who has been done wrong countless times. Let us not make the same mistake of punishing a good person who does good things. He is the definition of bonum in se, good in itself. Fact. Elias Soren Konstantin Katzenbach has served over a decade in the Moonlighters, a majority of which have been under the rank of lieutenant. The Preservers know him as a magician, but many others know him as a healer. What did he do when his legs were taken from him? He built his own. What did he do when he saw his fellow men lose limbs? He built them their own. Elias Konstanbach does not take. He gives back. In his limited time, he has fostered mentorships with 3 youths. Only one of them could make it here today, but she has offered to come forth and speak her truth. Another, we're still determining whether or not we'll be sending in a letter to be read aloud, or for them to be present. She stares at the Inquisitor, mostly out of fear. Fact. Elias Katzenbach takes the broken, discarded, forgotten, ignored, and tries to better them. He is the definition of leave something better than you found it. My final fact. The charges levied against my clients today are malicious. This is a clear attempt to tarnish reputations that are doing their absolute best to redeem themselves from their previous crimes. It is clear to myself, my colleagues, and the friends and family of the accused that are here today in this very church, that the church's upholders want another martyr. Just one that won't help their cause this time. So here we are, exposed to the truth that will befall all of us today. If it is a conviction that the church wants, then it is a conviction that they will have to fight tooth and nail for. She stares back at Giordano. A conviction that I won't let happen. She clasps her hands together and walks over to the back over to her desk. In doing so, you guys hear some commotion coming from the not the jury box, but the witnesses. The group that was brought here. You hear Cyric and Pennystein whistling and clapping, and the Arbiter looking at them, and then, my bad. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'll sit down now. I'll be a good boy for the rest of the stay. For the rest of my stay here. She makes it back to her seat unfazed. The Arbiter speaks up once more. I will not have any disruptions in my courtroom. Again, I'm making reference to the two goobs. You've heard the opening statement from both sides. Prosecution. You wouldn't be here today if you didn't believe you had a sufficient evidence to convict these men. As such, as their right, you must present that today. So with that, make your case. And he crosses his arms once more. Arwen, can you make me an insight check? No, you cannot. Alright.
What was that in reference to?
You don't get to know.
Okay.
I will let you know if it ever becomes relevant. Alright. Obviously, I'm not going to make you guys sit through the entire trial. I'm going to hand wave it and tell you what happened, like we did last time. The only change here, though, is... Valka, you wanted to read your statement?
Yes.
So, what happens is there is a... I'll just tell you what happens, and then I'll tell you when your speech fills in. Alright? And I'll tell you how you get there. So Arthur spends a good amount of time dismantling the charges one by one, and the church rebukes, kind of, but they don't really put up too much of a fight. It's not like they're letting her win. It's more like a... Last time they had you guys by the fucking throat and were like, we're gonna kill you now. This time around, though, they're like, their hands around their throat, and you're like, what are you doing? Because, like, they're not calling forth, like, witnesses. And, like, from what Lancelot and, like, the Peanut Gallery are able to tell you, they theorize that they don't want to call too many quote-unquote witnesses to the stand, because if they do so, then Arthur can bring Shrine to the stand, which could, in theory, crumble a lot of their cases. So they're just letting Arthur use her words instead, and hoping that whatever Giordano is saying is what people are listening to. He has a much louder voice, and the words he uses are a lot more aggressive, while Arthur is just like, you're fucking stupid and you're wrong, let me tell you why you're wrong. This couldn't be possible, they were doing this. And he was like, that's cute and all, but I yelled louder, so I'm better than you. So Arthur, however, is still able to use witnesses, and boy, howdy does she. She calls on a lot of, if not pretty much everybody who's in attendance in the audience who supports Elias and Oxton to act as character witnesses. The ones that would have good things to say about them. So pretty much all of the Moonlighters, just in general, you know, Blightsteel, Bittersteel, Sir Winterhide, Zorana, and then the captains. They spend a good amount of time specifically with Ivar, because he's one of the few members of the Moonlighters in the higher, like, circles, that isn't a criminal, and it's just a dude who's just trying to do his best. And he's like, yeah, I've known him for many years. I would call him one of my best friends. You know, we made out drunk one time in a broom closet. It was really weird. Stuff like that. They're like, oh, okay. If you're a good person, then you have good things to say. And that seems to do kind of a number, because people do respect him, because they're like, oh, you're not a petty criminal, you're a good guy. Okay, cool. So, on top of that, so that's when we're going to slot Volk in, so we'll do that in a minute. Sir Florence of the Waste states that the charges of abduction, so Sir Florence, of course, is here underneath the banner of the ruling crown over all of Artorica. As soon as the charges of abduction are brought up, she very loudly stands up and proclaims that they're going to be dropped. And everyone's kind of shocked by this, and then Giordano just kind of shuts the fuck up, because she outranks everyone in this room, except for Atticus and Hugo. But when she pulls it up, it's dropped, and the Arbiter, who's also part of the council, goes, "Yeah, we're dropping this one. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna ever bring it up." And that's one of the few charges that are actually dropped just immediately. Outside of that, Arthur brings up that all the purifiers that were killed were done so out of self-defense. And here are her arguments, which she got from you guys. Purifier Biani Bianchi and Flameseeker Aldano Aldo were stalking the livestock very clearly with like intent to kill. And this was brought up and supported by Renorin and the Funky Furry Furbolg friends, who were like, yeah, they were really scared, and Bianchi was saying that she was a werewolf. She's not a werewolf. I've seen her in a full moon. So that's simply not true. He's got beef with her. And then
They were so freaked out one time they literally teleported us to them.
Yeah, they were
to defend them.
This was a clear act of stalking. Flameseeker Luco Rasuko was killed after an ally was kidnapped under the false pretense of being a vampire. Obviously, that's not the case. Dasha was in fact a vampire, but they don't kiss and tell. So they're like, this was one of the livestock's friends were kidnapped, and they went to go deal with it. And like, they're not saying you guys did it, because God fucking forbid, they don't need you guys underneath more fire. So they're just saying Ox and Elias were there, and they took care of it. They're just ignoring the fact that it took place in Winterbank, because the preservers don't want to admit that. And then the Wright family of Hefway were unfortunate casualties done in by an actual werewolf that Oxen and Elias took care of. And they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, they bring up how like the bodies were fucking, you know, torn apart by animals, and as much
Mutilated.
as much as Oxen and Elias are like to be portrayed as animals, the two of them don't have claws yet. So and then the other arguments, their jobs as moonlighters unfortunately go against the will of the sovereign, but always end up benefiting not only the crown but the kingdom at large. And while they may appear as seditious, like their actions, or conspiring, it's always to benefit the realms and their leaders. And this is backed up by Winterhide, who's just like, yeah, we do that sometimes. What are you gonna do about it? You can't stop us. And then Count Burntwick, Lord Renoran Easton, Warden Blackfin, and Vanette Rainbridge all agree to that. They're like, no, yeah, they've benefited our realms directly, and like the people who live within it. Especially Count Burntwick, who was just like, yeah, there was a riot, it was crazy, but they were there, and that was less crazy. And they brought up how like the livestock like brought him back from his like ailing, like, you know, health issues of being thrown in between and out of time. Lord Renoran just says they were really cool. They helped me take care of some issues, and then they went into a river. Don't look into that. Warden Blackfin says
Did some night swimming.
Yeah, Warden Blackfin says you guys clearly like a castle that was holding a demon, and like took care of it. You guys took care of it. And then Vanette Rainbridge was like, yeah, they also helped out in Theros when it was you know, hit by a giant fucking storm. Smile. Each high-ranking Moonlighter claims that if these two men are guilty, then all of them should be, and they're willing to split their punishment 12 ways. And this is something that Giordano is very happy about. He goes, yeah, we'll split death 12 ways, smile. And the Arbiter's just like, okay, guys, you all can't be Caesar. Shut the fuck up. But generally they back up like, no, like this is the right decision. This is what we're employed to do. They also argue that the only misdirection that they do is to themselves, saying one day that they might be honored instead of shamed for their bravery. And that was a cold line that Arthur dropped. And then to be charged with mocking the crowns of Winterbank makes the offended look like little bitches if two men can ruin their reign. If they're really upset, like, maybe you should be better.
Thicker skin.
Yeah, literally, they lost the prince, they couldn't find it, and then these two guys and their fucking goobers show up with the prince, and they're like, what? If they and they brought him back healthy-ish, so it's like, you know. And then also the misdirection, the misdirection charges are hilarious. If they're to be blamed for their actions, or not their misdirections, like coercive behavior leading to crimes, if they're to be blamed for their actions of their underlings, then why was their trial a week ago? Like, you guys, why did you have a trial of Ox and Elias should be responsible for all that? And then Arthur basically says, should we blame the ruling bodies of each realm for the actions of their people? Should the church be held responsible for what their followers do? And then the church is like, my bad. You're right. That makes sense. And that's kind of the general vibe. And then the church is just like, oh, fuck, you got us there. I guess we'll just back down from that a little bit. They're like, all the other charges are kind of loose. They're mostly playing on the murder part. And then they're like, well, they still killed 3 people. Like, come on, guys. You can't murder 3 people. Come on. Were those 3 people morally ambiguous? Yeah, but aren't we all? We're the church.
Are we all a little silly?
Yeah, be a little silly. But yeah. So that's what happens during the meat of the trial. Also during the meat of the trial, I'm going to play the song that you thought I was playing earlier. Moonlight Sonata, first movement.
So you're playing Moonlight Sonata right now?
No. Fucking, I'm gonna
No.
me when I fucking get you.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Ricky! Alright. So then, Alicia, you're gonna get called in. This is after Faye went. Good question. So Merlin does what Merlin does best, which is Merlin things. Once you're given consent, she gives you Lancelot, your own personal fucking rabid attack dog. And you're given the orders of you go there, you say what you're gonna say, and then you leave through like the side door, and then you and Lancelot come back.
Okay.
And then, she goes, Ricky, if you fucking run away, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, I'm gonna turn you into a fucking meatball sub, Ricky. So with that, you and Lancelot step through the mirror. When she puts her hand on the mirror, and you guys, it's like a ripple effect. You just walk through it like a body of water. You first of all step out. She doesn't do it in the middle of the court because that would be fucking stupid. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking bad. So she does it like
we got a bird's eye view. We just fall out of the sky.
No. She takes you like to a dark, shadowy corner and goes, "There you go." Your little drone view, and the two of you walk out. Lancelot, like resting his hand on your shoulder. Unsure to you whether or not that's supposed to be like, I'm here with you, or I'm gonna fucking grab you if you try to run for it and do something stupid right now. It's up to you to interpret. But after this goes on while Faye is talking, and the two of you find a seat, and then Arthur, you see like as she's standing there, like listening to Faye's like not testimony but character witness. She takes a note of the two of you and winks at Lancelot, and then he looks at you, Volca, and goes, I think that was meant for me. Or she was blinking. Hard to tell. But when Faye finishes, she stands up, goes back, and then Arthur calls Volca to the stand. For the rest of you in Merlin's fucking cool streamer room, you guys witness this from a bird's eye view. Brian, you have the highest perception. I'm annoyed because you brought this up when you were just out and about the other day in the house. While the camera's like zooming around the fucking map, you guys are in like fucking Minecraft creative mode. Hugo looks directly at you guys.
I said I would flick him off if he looked at the camera.
He very clearly looks at you guys, and you're like, maybe he's just like, maybe he's just looking here and it's a bit strange. And then he smiles and then winks.
Okay.
And everyone, you're not here for this, Volca, because you're this watch.
I can feel it. I can feel it.
You can feel Hugo doing something gross.
Yeah.
Hugo,
He has an effect on people.
I had that effect on women. For the rest of you, it's kind of like, ew, I don't like this. He can't see you flipping him off, but you could feel that.
He fucking better.
He gets the vibe.
He feels he's like,
No.
That weird dot just feels angry.
he's aghast. He's like, Ricky, when I get you. All right. So, Faye goes to sit back down, and Arthur goes, it appears that the other key character witness for Elias is here. I would like to call Volker Sand to the witness box. Lancelot escorts you. Yeah, he is.
Just scurries off to where she needs to be.
On all fours, like a horse girl, fucking jumping
Yeah.
over things. They're
Shall
so
I just read
impressed.
now?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Over half the time I've known Elias Katzenbach, I have been in his personal care. I have traveled alongside him as he's shown me the world, provided me experiences I would never have had otherwise. In that time, I've gotten to know the real Elias, the man behind my lieutenant. Elias is a lot of things. Perfect is not one of them. Maybe he's vain, and maybe he's stubborn, but I can say with confidence that he is not evil. Evil isn't even a concept in my mind when I think about him. What's come to mind is his generosity. Elias is a gift giver. It's how he shows he cares. For example, not long after meeting my girlfriend, he, unprompted, spent a sleepless night handcrafting her a prosthetic arm, allowing her full articulation once again. And she's not the only one he has given this luxury to. Another example is how he's helped the people of Gaul by providing them jobs and work where those things were extremely limited. He's put wealth into the pockets of the people who previously had very little. The animals on Gaul as well, providing dogs with homes and families that love them. He's always been kind. Imagining Elias Katzenbach as some cruel monster is difficult for me, as in the time I've known him, he's proven himself to be a compassionate, generous, intelligent man who's shown me nothing but kindness. The only torturing he's done is making me sit through long, boring lectures as he took on the role of my teacher, educating me on things like geography, history, and poetry. I wouldn't have traded those days for anything, the days he spent with me in the kitchen, teaching me how to cook, or helping me hone my combative skills. Even the first day he and I met, he showed me kindness. That same day, he took me to get a proper haircut, and brought me to a tailor to fit me for a new outfit. These seem like really small, important things, but it's the small things that make up the big things. And as a girl living in the city who'd been cutting her own hair since she was 12, and wearing the same clothing even longer, it meant the world to me. It was the kindest thing anyone outside of my immediate family had ever done for me. The man I know is no villain. I implore you to please judge him as the man he is, someone caring, someone reliable, and someone kind. Thank you.
Arthur gives you a reassuring smile, and then motions for you to leave the witness box.
Velka does so.
Doing so, you pass by Giordano, who doesn't look upset. He looks at you, like, because he's so large, he gives you like a kind of a like a blocked applause. No one else is seeing this. He's just doing it to himself as you walk past, like nodding along. You hear his heavy breathing. He's so cool.
Hate it.
Walking past, you also see Oxton, and I realize now I missed something. I told you they're dressed in all black like they're going to a funeral, but that's just kind of their their company colors. Oxton has his hair down, and like flicked back. Yeah. He looks. I mean, he's always looking crusty. He's a short Irishman, but his beard looks well done. His hair looks done well. The grain bits there. You see, like
Someone else grew into this man.
it was not him. It was Elias. You see his plethora of facial scars staring back at you, these hollow eyes. But he gives you a reassuring nod. Elias looks at you, and he at first puts on a cute little theatrical, like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry, and he's obviously not gonna cry. And then he gives you just a very, very pleasant, warm smile as well. Esme's sitting there stoic as ever. She'll never give you anything ever in the world except for a beating. Arthur leads you back over to Lancelot, who's standing by the not a door. I can't think of it. It's like a swinging, kind of like, what the fuck is it called? A gate? Fuck it, sure, why not?
Like a saloon door.
Yeah, kind of, but it's just like something you can walk past quickly to get in, and like walk down some steps into the actual like court area.
Well, I was gonna say a turnstile, but that doesn't sound right.
Turnstile's kind of close. But Lancelot takes your hand, and like leads you out of the way, walking you through, walking you down the aisle where you can see like all the witnesses, or not the witnesses, all the audience looking at you and going like, "No, that was fucking good, like good job." Renor looks at you and is like, "Yes, ma'am," not screaming it, but mouthing it like, "Yes, ma'am." Like double thumbs up because he's got both his thumbs as of right now.
For now.
Everyone kind of just giving you these, like that was good. You see Faye, who gives you a reassuring smile and nod as well. It was good. Lancelot takes you down this one of the branching hallways and then out through this side door, where you can see that the pavilion, or not the pavilion, my apologies, the plaza right outside the cathedral is crowded with what appears to be just normal, like walking, people going places. There's some people who are waiting outside the building, like with the purifiers holding them back. Definitely a couple dozen people who are just interested in like what's going on, especially with like the, the levity of the statement. But you trade the kind of echoing cathedral halls for the outside, and you see, carts being pulled and everything, and you're brought back to reality. Where you're like, whoa, okay. Now that I'm out of the theater, I can act, a little bit normal again. Lancelot very non-creepily takes you to an alleyway before recalling you back to Camelot. While you were there briefly, just kind of looking at the streets of Witherheart, go ahead and make me an insight check. You get an insight check. You get an insight check.
It's my insight. 0. I don't know why I always check. 15.
Okay. You notice nothing out of the usual. Just coming. You don't really know too much about Witherheart, but it looks just like a normal city. Besides, the creepy Catholicism going on. It is. It's really pretty, but the people are Catholic, and that's what I mean by that's the scary part of Catholicism. And you're like, oh, that's pretty architecture, and then you see like a Catholic man. You're like, oh my god.
Really pretty picture.
He's
Oh, that's Jesus?
Why do you have a bloody fucking Jesus outside your bakery? Who's that for? Alright. The rest of the trial goes, Valka, you come back. Actually, yeah. You get back, the lawyers give you like the nod of approval for saying, thank God you didn't say, yeah, they definitely did it, guys. They're so bad. They did it. They're so cool though.
God, he's so cool.
That's my dad.
While I'll say with the 15 though, while you were out, you felt though like you were being watched, but you couldn't pinpoint where it was from. Like goosebumps, you're like, oh, I feel like I'm being watched. You look around, you don't see anybody or anything looking at you besides Lancelot. Like, what are you doing? Stop being weird.
Have you ever been in public and then you just like look in a certain direction? You're like, why was I instincted to go that way?
That's just that dog in you.
Yeah.
The trial goes as like I mentioned before. Things being dismantled. The church putting up kind of a fight, but not too much. This is, as you guys are watching, it's like you're watching someone try to imitate what was happening to you guys. You're like, what happened to the scary man who was ready to kill everyone? Like, Giordano is what I'm referring to. Like, what happened to the man who said, yeah, we'll kill a fucking Catholic in here if it proves our point? He's not putting forth any too much. He seems to have a very weak case, although
That's the scariest part, I think.
He seems to be just taking the blows. As it draws later and later, the Arbiter, seeing the end of the evidence being presented, he asks both of the lawyers whether they had anything else to present. Both of them coming to the agreement that no, they have nothing else. And then, with the commanding presence, the Arbiter asked for the closing statements of both defendants. Something to note is that Arthur didn't really have too much of an argument against the charges against only Elias, which was the desecration of a corpse and the stolen innocence or theft of innocence, because he did desecrate a corpse technically by all definitions, and then theft of innocence, he can't really argue that either. They're like, you recruited.
He undid a corpse.
They're like, you recruited a 16-year-old into the Moonlighters, and he was like, well, I didn't know she was 16, Your Honor. And they're like, that looks really bad. That is correct, yeah. And they also let it happen, but they're not focusing on that part. They're like, okay, weirdo.
They're just kind of ignoring the fact that they were the ones who arrested her and put her in that situation,
Hey.
and then allowed that
Hey.
to happen.
Hey, different branch.
Hey.
You wouldn't say the Navy committed war crimes when the fucking Air Force bombed the hospital. No. Alright. So they ask for the closing statements. The murder cases, it seems like, unfortunately, are going to stick. As much as they try to shrug it off, the church was very adamant, like, we're not bad people. Look, we've done so many good things. Smile. And everyone was like, yeah, they've done so many good things. And the Moonlighters were like, grumble, 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 grumble.
Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Captain Oxton is the first to begin with his closing statement. He stands up in the center of the room, addressing everyone. Him in manacles, dressed nicely, looking pleasant for once, disarmed of any real weapons besides his fist. Ignore that, ignore that, ignore that, ignore that. He clears his throat. It is clear that the preservers want to put these open cases to rest, and I will help where I can. If you need someone to face the tolling bells of judgment for these crimes, then I shall stand in place of that soul. Me great-granddad, me granddad, me father, me uncle, and me cousins gave their bodies to the preservers. And at long last, you can add me to that roster too. I hope all of you, every single one of you, can rest well in knowing that the honest Oxton family will be put to an end. I plead guilty to all the remaining charges. This was not according to plan. You guys see Percival and Gawain kind of sit up in their chairs, staring at one another, and then look back to Lancelot, and Lancelot looks befuddled as well. Yeah, you swing at Arwen. Shrine said, can I swing at the nearest person to me? And I said, yeah, you swing at Arwen.
That's always me.
You know when you're like watching a show with someone and some crazy shit happens, and then you just have to like,
Yeah.
Arthur looks confused. Or, sorry, Arthur doesn't look confused. She stares at Oxton, Oxton staring back at her, and then she nods. Merlin is just like, very, because she's autistic, right? She's just like, wait, what happened? Like, what? Like, just vocalizing what everyone is thinking.
Wait, huh?
Elias looks fucking manic. He looks like someone just shot him. The Arbiter, he was like he goes full gamer. He leans forward, surprised by the statement as well. And then squints. Are you sure about this? Oxen turns and looks at him. Hey. I'm very serious.
He's never joked a day in his life.
Never.
Came out
Giordano
with a stern face.
looks confused. Hugo is staring at this with the same energy as the vampire from, Twilight, going, like, what the fuck, dude? This is not what we agreed to at all. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, what's going on here?
Elias looks, as Oxen approaches back to the table, Elias looks at him like he wants to say something, but you can tell just by Oxen's stare that he's just being like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bitch. The Arbiter nearly 20 years ago, I sat in this very courtroom, missing my legs and my innocence. I sat here not as a victim, but as a defendant, trying to argue my way to freedom. The man who took me hostage and ate away at my legs and my wife said I was the monster, that I deserved to die for my crimes. I was sentenced to death by purification. And they acted like they were the righteous ones for giving me a clean and honorable execution. There was no justice for me then. There is no justice for me now. But the people I help and continue to help will surround me today, and for once, in this godforsaken realm, I feel at peace. He straightens his back. To the stone sentinel, I need you to watch over the woodland ferry.
He's referring to you.
To Captain Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian. I'm reporting to duty, and I will serve you to the end. To Esme Weber, my loyal wife and best friend of many years. I gave you my heart. I will continue to give you my heart. To the mage of fairy tales. And he pauses. I love you. To the person whose body I desecrated and innocence I stole, I wanted to be clear that I am sorry. I'm sorry that you have to continue to be here in this world. It was selfish for me to do that to you. I hope one day you can find forgiveness in your heart. But I want you to know that I love you. To Baron Wilhelm Damien Rosenwald, I want you to know that I won. And to the Church of the Witness and the Preservers of the Hallowed Flame, I hope all of you get what is coming to you. It is said that the dick of justice rarely comes looped. To all of you, I say, go fuck yourselves. And without being dismissed, he walks back over to the table. You guys watch as the Arbiter stares at him the entire time. The Grand Inquisitor, Giordano, staring at him with this "I'm gonna kill you" look in his eyes. The Arbiter stands up, his metal clinking, his metal suit clinking. He lets out a deep sigh. I've heard enough. There was colorful words shared here today. I'm going to ask the court to sit here in silence and reflect over what was said. I will come back with my verdict. He stands up, walks away from the bench, and walks back into the judge's quarters. And in complete silence, the court just sits there. While they're sitting there, let's just go ahead and take a quick break. Really fast.
Break.
Me too.
Oh my god, Ricky! Ricky!
I'm not okay.
Velka's fucking spiraling. She's just like, why would he do that? Why would he
Why would
say
he
that?
do that?
It was so close. What the fuck?
At the end, Isabel went over and beat up Davis.
Yeah, me too. Oh my god, I'm gonna be shocked. Throughout this entire trial, I was like, this is looking good for them. I think they might actually survive this. I wasn't hopeful before the session, but this is sounding good so far. They have so many supporters. And then he does that! I will be shocked if they get out of this alive. Either of them. My fucking notes so far for this session are I'm gonna eat the preservers, all of them, the date, a list of names of everyone that's here, and then all caps, Elias told the court to go fuck themselves.
I haven't written. I only wrote down one thing, which was Little Black Rose.
I also
'Cause
wrote
that's
down
the
Little
name.
Black Rose, that's also
Because I'm
on
not
there
gonna
somewhere.
remember that. I know I'm not gonna remember that. So I wrote it down for myself.
The ruling monarch.
But
of
I'm gonna remember
Ireland.
everything else. You think I'm not? I'm gonna remember. I know who's here.
He said the thing, and I'm gonna cry. During,
Him
There's-
indirectly mentioning him, well, mentioning most of the party.
were you
That was
the fairy tale mage? I was
no,
so
that's
confused on who that
Merlin. That's
was.
Merlin.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was so. I was like, oh, that's so sweet.
I can't connect these fucking names, dude. I knew
It
I
is
was the
pretty
corpse
close,
he
though.
desecrated. Yeah.
And I was like, when he's talking about Arwen, I was like, oh, okay, that's Merlin. I was like, is it Merlin or Arwen? They're both kind of fairy tale mages, but he also mentioned Shrine and Arwen first. Before that,
During Davis and I's mini
The f-
session,
the forest fairy.
during Davis and I's mini session, we had a really cute moment between Velka and us.
Mhm.
Very depressing moment as well. I was crying, but Velka told Elias that like she loved him, and Elias in response said the like German "I love you." So he didn't actually say "I love you," but he said it like in another language. But she knew like what
Yeah.
the phrase meant. So this was the first time he's actually said it, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, that one was hard on my psyche.
Velka's gonna be unconsolable.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi.
Welcome.
Davis said I was gonna cry during Elias's closing statement, and I teared up. Didn't quite cry.
I also kind of got a little bit heated, a little bit emotional, even.
Yeah.
My stoicism, no.
My toxic masculinity.
Oh.
I was out here looking through my spells list, just like, please let there be just anything. Even though I know there's not.
You're not even in the courtroom as well, so it doesn't really matter.
Emotional support plant? What is that for?
Yeah, me too. I've got my little buddy.
You're right, I also need my emotional support object. No, I'm good. Back into hiding.
Isabel, I agree with you beating up Davis.
When you guys left, I started using my legs.
Yeah.
Hello.
Howdy.
I'm getting some conflicting results here from the viewers.
Conflicting?
Viewers.
Yeah, I was like, hi, and Andon was like, hi, and then Isabel was like, fuck you!
Damn, we've got downgraded from
What about
players,
midterms?
guys. We're viewers
We're
now.
viewers.
Alicia, check your Snapchat.
Check my Snapchat.
Your tits.
Don't be weird.
Don't act weird. Just her tits.
Me too. Me fucking too.
I'm not even done yet. I still have you for 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes of playtime.
You've already hurt my
3
stoicism.
minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
No, definitely not.
I got you for 3.5
You
more
fractured-
hours.
You fractured Luke's fragile masculinity.
Yeah.
Ow, what? What did I say?
I got a little bit emotional with Elias.
Alright.
What can I say? Alright. The court sits there in silence. Who knows how long? A long time. Yeah, you guys are able to rage in your own little soapbox.
Ah!
Ryan and Valka are both beating up our way.
It's not like this.
Boy, I sure am glad I'm standing at the back here.
Lancelot's just like his hand on your like back, like, thank God we're not there right now, are we? Watch his Arwen's getting fucking pummeled. The court, you guys can only hear like coughing. Even people are too afraid to do that, so it's like they try to cough and they're trying to muffle it.
Like,
yeah, exactly. Strangely, at some point, the silence is broken, but only for a moment, when an inquisitor comes, when a purifier comes and gathers both lawyers, both Grand Inquisitors, so Arthur and Giordano, and the two are escorted back to the judge's quarters. Several more minutes pass, and then they exit. Both of them kind of looking like the Mr. Incredibles meme, where they're like, just like black and white, like, before reaching back to their desk. Another moment passes, and the door opens once again, and the judge emerges. Arwen.
Don't mention my name.
I will give you one more insight check. You could pass this one.
Can I guidance not for specifically this, but because he's getting the beat the shit out of?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I see.
Cool.
Yeah.
Add a D4.
I like that. No, I'm okay with that. You're like, you take this, buddy. You're gonna need it.
12. Davis, be real with me. How important is this?
It could be very important. It could be.
Could be very important.
It could be very important. There was one time Sam rolled a natural 20 on his insight check, and I told him something, and he didn't share it with any of you because I think he forgot. But it was kind of important. It could be very important. It could be even the most important role that Arwen could make in the upcoming sessions, or it could be the most useless.
Do you have a DM inspiration?
Guys, do I use the DM inspiration?
That's up to you, buddy.
Oh.
The insight is against the judge. Means anything to you, Arbiter? So the master of law. This is something that could maybe tell you something about him, or nothing at all. It could just be his favorite color.
You could just raw dog reality.
I'm feeling vindicated. I'll use it.
Okay. You're gonna use your DM inspiration?
He got so happy.
So his favorite color? No. Watching the judge walk out of the room. A moment of deja vu kind of strikes over you. You haven't seen this man before. You've heard his name plenty of times. He's one of like the lawmaker, or he's the lawmaker, first of all. But, you know, he's the judge. He's part of the council. As he sits down and begins his opening statement, which is kind of like the meme that Alicia likes to do, in my, 15 years of teaching. He says the phrase, in my hundreds of years of living, and I wanted to be clear, he's an elf. He's got very pointy ears. There is this moment of realization that washes over you. As the words, in my hundreds of years that I've been alive, leaves his lips. For a moment, you supersede Arwen's fucking ant mind. And you connect some dots. This man has uniquely platinum hair. I know somebody with uniquely platinum hair. I know somebody who has this regal walk to them, this regal elegance. I know somebody who has a very similar accent. I also know somebody whose sibling is named Lord Darkassin. You think about it for a moment, and then you connect the dots. You are more than likely staring down Dash's eldest sibling.
Hate that.
The phrase that kind of helps you remind it, you think about it, you hear her voice echoing in the back of your head, was when you first talked to her, and when she was first introducing herself, and she was brought up how she has multiple siblings, and she was like, my oldest brother would be the one who's probably still alive, or like still active among all of us. She said, and I quote, he's probably a politician or something. I don't know. That's just something he would do.
Hated here.
As he
So
sits
this
down.
is Rin or Dara?
Hmm?
So this is Rin or Dara?
No, this is her eldest sibling. This is her oldest brother.
Is that not the oldest?
No,
In my notes here, I have maybe oldest,
No.
so...
no, he is the eldest. He is the one named after his father. He's the second.
Oh, Darkassin
Yep.
Jr. Okay.
As he sits down, that's not the only thing that strikes just a little bit of fear. You've seen this man a couple times. You've seen him in the fighting pits of Theros. You've seen him at the conservatory with the mages. He always just has this kind of nonchalant demeanor to him. And then you think about it. As you look, you can see beneath his armor, around his necklace, or around his neck, you see a necklace that's on display. And it bears a identical resemblance to the 9. To the same ring that Lander wears, that Hugo wears.
This is a good use of damn inspiration. I know my enemies. Shit.
As he sits down, says, the hundreds of years I've been alive, I've never once heard such a unique defense. You even want to call it that. Both closing statements equally drew me aghast. As I look upon the court today, I see that both defendants have friends, allies, family, shield brothers, shield sisters.
You froze there for a second.
We got the Shield Sisters.
Okay, that's fine. And It's clear to me that the two of you have made many, many enemies. I can tell that the both of you have lived a long life, much shorter than elves. Then stares at Elias, even though one of you are. Simply put, the both of you have fought your own inner demons, it appears, and come out very different men than when you were in your youths. I can recognize the fact that people can change. I can also recognize the fact that you also are stubborn in some ways of your lives. Elias, Thorin, Konstantin Kotzenbach. Your words are crude. Your actions are pleasant. It would be ill-advised of me to say that you stole anyone's innocence. And given the context that the desecration led to a resurrection of what appeared to be a lovely individual, I would hardly say that they held any real anger towards you. With that, I think it is only fair that I find you not guilty of any of the charges being thrown against you.
What?
I suggest that you live your life as you have previously, bringing good and aid to the world. Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian. I understand that your family has served the preservers of the Hallowed Flame for many generations. As you so clearly stated, your great-grandfather started it. Your family has led a refined teaching style within the preservers, making them better with every passing class. What happened to you in your youth is an affront against the church. It is a shame what happened, and it is a crime that your wife and daughter did not seek or did not find any justice. What I see before me is an innocent man who was wronged. I will start off my verdict by saying that it is not fair that you have such charges levied against you, or such crimes on your record. You've done many good things. Unfortunately, I cannot help you there. If it was in my power, I would wipe away your record, giving you a new start. Unfortunately, I can't. But I can, in the spirit, pretend that those charges have no bearing on what is currently being used against you. So, what I see is a man who protected his unit. A man who, although has made mistakes, lapse of judgment even, continues to do right. Unfortunately, 3 preservers are dead, and it would weigh heavy on me if I didn't say that you have partial blame. With that, I will reduce your murder charges to that of murder in the 2nd degree. The remaining charges will be dropped against you. He silences himself for a second. Elias Kotzenbach. I want you to know that your mistrial in your youth, I can fix, and I will rectify. Your previous convictions will be dropped, wiped from your record. It is clear to me now that you're a victim. And unlike other victims, you are not making more. Enjoy your new life. Lucius, with your new conviction, I will give you a punishment that I can only deem fit. Murder in the second degree is, although not as as heinous as the first degree, is still murder. And you pleaded guilty. It will take some time, but we can make amends. So with that, I sentence you and he thinks, and he taps his finger on the desk. I sentence you to aiding the people in Port Mercy. You will go back to your home, and you will act as an ambassador between the people of Aya and the people of Winterbank. I want you to fix that city. And you will not be able to leave until you've done so. Then takes his gavel and slams it on the on his altar. Well, I've made my peace. I've made my convictions. Court is adjourned. He stands up. For everyone's safety, the audience, you will leave first. Find your ways back to where you're staying, and keep yourselves there. Captain Lucius Killian Oxton, son of Lucian, you'll be handled in a vehicle that will be separated from Lieutenant Elias Kotzenbach and Esme Weber. You'll be escorted to the outside of the city walls, where the part of you will be escorted down to Port Mercy. From there, Captain Oxton, you know what you're doing. Lieutenant Elias, you're free to roam. This is for everyone's safety. There is a storm outside. And he takes a minute and bows in the direction of the two envoys to the two knights, Sir Florence and Sir Rowan. I hope this court was satisfactory. And then looks to Pontiff Atticus and gives him a bow. As to you too, sir. And then he grabs his, what appears to be kind of like a ceremonial sword, picks it up, and walks into the judge's quarters. The crowd, the audience, loses their fucking mind. Not like in a, whoa, we're raving type of sense. They're just like, what the fuck just happened? Sir Winterhide immediately jumps into action, telling the Moonlighters, hey, we're moving. We're gonna get out of here. Saying to Oxen that we'll walk down with you outside the city gates all the way to Port Mercy. We'll be there with you the entire step of the way. Oxen just kind of looks a bit taken back because he was fully expecting to die. While this is happening, Giordano and Arthur are having a conversation, and you guys can hear briefly that the Grand Inquisitor is congratulating Arthur on her victory, and Arthur says, you didn't really put up that much of a fight, and then he chuckles and says something along the lines of, there are other fights that are worth fighting. And then he says, I'm just glad you didn't have to use your title. And that's kind of the end of it. They shake hands and part ways. He packs up his stuff. Hugo accompanies him, and the court begins to clear one by one, leaving Arthur with Oxen and Elias. Preservers of different ranks approach the lot of them, and once everyone is cleared, they begin to escort them in different hallways. What I was trying to get across, in case it was lost in the accent, the convoluted structure of his sentences, is that they're being separated for their safety. They're not going to be transported in the same vehicle in case someone decides to do something crazy.
Firebomb the wagon.
Yeah, firebomb the wagon, pretty much. So they're going to separate them, and then they'll converge at one point. There's going to be a bunch of unmarked wagons who are going to be going out as well, so that no one knows what actual vehicle they're in. It's just like a ploy in case anyone wants to do anything stupid. They're high-profile people. So they're separated. Elias telling him off. Like, what the fuck were you doing? And then Oxton being like, hey, I outrank you still, bitch. Know your place. And the moral of the story, though, is Elias being super upset with him, being like, why the fuck would you do that? And then Oxton saying, we could talk about it later. For now, let's just get the fuck out of here. So then Elias and Esme are separated from Oxton. And then Arthur, with the camera, you guys still focus on her, standing there. She looks around the court, and you guys see this smile across her face. She's just won. And then Hugo's voice. Arthur, I would like to speak with you. Can we meet in your old office? And Arthur, looking into he's like approaching from like this dark hallway, kind of just emerging like a creepy little man he is. And then her being like, oh my god. Okay, yeah, fine, sure, fuck it, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, I'll meet you there. Her just being like, yeah, that works for me. And the two of them go off into the cathedral, leaving the kind of camera, nobody in here. The courtroom empty. Merlin's just not making it follow.
Arwen would say what he realized with the insight roll. He would make that known to everyone else.
You could tell everyone, including the lawyers.
Everyone in my party. Oh, Davis. Oh,
He's zooming.
Alright. So, Arwen shares with you guys, hey, that's Dash's. By the way, lol. Hee.
and the thing about the 9.
Great. Do we tell Dasha that we know who her older brother is? Is this information she should have?
Sure, I can tell her.
Oh my god.
Shrine has asked Merlin to follow Arthur, and Merlin's like, yeah, okay.
Yuki.
And the camera just kind of goes to dark, and then bloops next to Arthur. And you guys can see that Arthur is standing in this very elegant looking study. It's gothic, it's church, it's everything you want. It's got the stained glass, it probably smells like frankincense. It's everything you want and more. You see this heavy desk. On it you see
We get smell-o-vision.
you do, yeah, you get the full effect.
It's 40.
You can see that there used to be like a nameplate on it that's been stripped away, and there's like this kind of thin layer of dust on everything. You see sitting down in these two giant chairs next to this hearth, that's currently nothing, has nothing going on in it. You see Hugo speaking with Arthur. The two of them sharing what appears to be a glass of whiskey. This crystal decanter between the two of them. Hugo holds it out to her. Cheers, my dear friend. And Arthur silently cheers him. You know, this was not the outcome I was expecting. And I paid off the judge. Laughing. And she's like, that's nice. And she just goes, I'm sure you did. Well, I for one am happy for your victory. You maintain your perfect record. And you know, should you ever wish, you can always come back to this very office. Right for you. Right for the taking. And she looks around. I'm quite fine with mine at home. Alright, and that little sand castle. That little island. People forget about that one. Okay. Yeah, you can have that. It's huge. This is a fucking, like, this is like a theater screen you guys are looking at right now. Nothing. It just feels like here.
The screen is bigger than the room they're in.
Yeah. Yeah. Shrine has got her hands pressed against it, screaming.
Banging on it.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen like a Hispanic person watch TV, but that's what's happening right now.
The conversation continues. Right, yeah, the little sandcastle, making fun of it, and goes, yeah. And how is your dear husband? I saw him briefly here at the trial, but now he's gone. He's fine. Oh, that's good to hear. I was worried, you got
like bumping Lancelot, like, oh, she's talking about you.
You just got married so old, and the way you are, it really just surprised me you found someone. Marry you. Did you get my wedding present? That's good. I'm glad. Don't get to know. You can ask Lancelot.
Lancelot, what was it?
If I recall, I think he's like thinking about it. Yeah, no, I remember. If I recall, it was an artifact or something from their first mission they did together. Oh, you don't know that. Oh, you don't get the context that I'm getting. This is what we call dramatic irony. He pauses.
I'm gonna pick up Arwen and throw him. This man does not give me the answer.
Okay, long story short. I don't throw him. Put down the fairy.
Pink fly's fine.
Long story short. Arthur, my lovely wife. Hugo, my not so lovely wife. And Giordano. They were all in one little preserver sack together. The waving hand. They were all in together. They were all in the preservers at the same time. They were grouped together. They all worked underneath the same preserver. This was many, many years ago, but that was more normal. Long story short, they did many missions together. Arthur grew more and more disdain towards the preservers. I mean, look at her. I love her. She's very beautiful. She's seen her own fair share of whatever they have to offer. Right. So
Arwen.
Huh?
I set Arwen down.
It's like fetal position. You just like put him down.
but here's the thing. They were the three most promising candidates. They all became Grand Inquisitors at the same time. And they all made it a pact to protect one another. In their youth. So when they made it to Grand Inquisitor, when they made it to Grand Inquisitor, she left. She was like, "I'll keep my title. You can't take that from me. And I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna do my own thing. You can't control me anymore. I've made it." And then she did that.
Hokage build.
Hmm?
Hokage build.
Yeah, whatever that is.
The shooting
Where
thing.
does the crazy raven chick fit into this?
Oh, yeah, you want to know about her. That makes sense.
We saw her. We met her.
No, that was Hugo's old partner. That was from after they split apart. That was from a couple of years ago.
Hugo is now the one banging at the screen.
Yeah.
What kind of partner?
We look back and he's staring at us.
I don't know. The entirety of the Preservers was kind of incestuous, if you don't mind me saying that broadly. They were, from what I understand, just like partners, like as in detectives together. Like they were just, guards or whatever the fuck. But they were probably fucking on the DL.
Disgusting.
No, I agree so. There's some other things too I could tell you about Hugo, but no, I can't.
What was the wedding gift?
Oh, right, yeah, that I believe that was.
ADHD coded.
This is just Davis.
No, I believe that was how do I put this in simple terms? The gloves of the purifier that trained Arthur after he did what you see happen to her. The fire thing. I'm referring to the fire thing. In other words, Hugo executed him and gave his gloves to her.
Dude, Hugo's trying to hit on your wife.
No, she would never.
That doesn't mean he would never.
No, he's not into Arthur types. What do you mean?
How do you know what is his type? How do you know his type? Who is his type?
I've met him plenty of times before.
No, answer the question.
What?
Who is his type?
Not
What is
Arthur.
the type? Oh my god. That's not an answer. I'm gonna pick up Arwen again.
The thing about Arthur is she doesn't get creeped out by Hugo like everyone really should be.
Okay, so he's just not gonna give me more Hugo.
No, I'm telling you right now. His type is someone who gives back the same level of energy.
I set Arwen down.
Thank you. I don't need another fairy thrown at me.
I'll go back to eavesdropping on their conversation. But I want to throttle Lancelot later.
Ricky, when I fucking get you.
When I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
There's just so much lore right now, and she's like swinging. She's just swinging at everyone around her. Like somebody watching like a football game, and I mean soccer, not football, and
Got
they're
my
just
shield out.
losing their shit, losing it.
Hugo takes a sip of the whiskey and like kind of winces. You really were the real manly man out of the three of us. Then he sits down the glass. In all seriousness, Arthur, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on what you've achieved in your life outside of the church. And congratulations to your, I don't know, faithful marriage or whatever. Whatever people say. He stands up. And, for what it is worth, Arthur, I really, and I mean this sincerely, had no idea the outcome of the trial. And he smiles. I will see you around, Arturo. And he walks towards the door. Arthur, who's been kind of silent, just kind of been mostly reactive, to Hugo's provocations. Provocateur has a final shot. Goodbye. Yeah, go tend to your birds. And you can see he like grabs the handle, and you can see his head just kind of shake, like twitch a little bit. And then he lets go of the handle and then waves his hand, and the door swings open by itself. And as he walks down the hallway, the door very much open, kind of like two siblings fighting, and they just like one walked in, like fucking jumped and body slammed the other one, and is now just leaving the door open. It was like, what the fuck? If you're gonna at least harass me, can you close the door? Arthur stands up. Hugo, the door. And she turns to look out the window, her office window, and you guys can see it's a pretty clear view of the city. This is somewhere deep within the cathedral. And he shouts down the hallway, not looking back at her. Ah, yes, how can I forget? And you watch as a red mage hand forms around the handle and then slams it. Like, damn near, like, rattling the door in its fairy frame. At the same time that happened, no. No. The door slams, the frame shakes, and then glass explodes. He's staring at this bewildered. All of you watch. An explosion erupts in the distance of Arthur's view, past the window she's looking at, followed by a massive.
Abraham is firebombing things.
Followed by a massive plume of smoke. The explosion so devastating it blew out her window, and she's miles away. Merlin then switches the camera over to Elias and Esme vision. You can see the two of them are transported in the back of a prisoner carriage, you know, like the heavy metal ones. And it looks like they're going in the direction of the walls of Witherheart. You can see them looking out the window, confused at the fucking explosion in the distance. And then, so Elias looking through it, and then like Esme looking above him. There are two preservers in the back of the cart, and they like slam on the side of it, and the cart comes to a stop. They're all looking out, trying to see this giant black plume of smoke. You can see that their angle is looking at it, and they can see the cathedral in the distance. Then you guys watch as the cathedral, a section of it, caves in. As several explosions, a domino effect exploding, kind of reminiscent of that of Hefway. Merlin, panicking, with Lancelot screaming, because that's where Arthur's at, cut the vision back over to Arthur. Arthur seems to be recovering from the blast within. She's on the ground, covered in dust, staring down the building around her as it's collapsing. The building that she's in turning into a bonfire. Tormented screams can be heard yelling within the halls that, like, Hugo had walked in. A second explosion has her flinching as she watches another portion of the building explode, a bright red flame that shifts into gray, similar to that of Oxton's flames. A third explosion goes off in the distance, and you hear her mutter to herself as she's looking around, and she's like covered in dust, like she was just in the middle of an explosion. She gasps and goes, "They've hit the barracks." And she's like looking around and like collecting herself. She's like dusting herself off.
Hit the South Tower.
She turns towards the collapsing building. She's several stories up and starts running. You guys can see that the camera following her, she's maneuvering the halls by memory. The entire bit of this cathedral is on fire. She's like in the office areas where like the political section actually is. I mean, you can see people escaping offices. You see people collapse by the rubble, and she's just dodging and weaving very nimbly. Lancelot slams his hand on the table. His attention completely focused on the mirrors. His normal jovial demeanor completely shattered. He looks at Arthur with this look of horror on his face. He's not quite sure what is going on, but he knows it's very clear in his eye that Arthur is in danger. He and the other two lawyers stand up, and he looks at Merlin as Arthur is still running. You guys are still following this. And he looks at Merlin and goes, "There's a trap. This isn't right." And Merlin is like, are you sure? And he's like, "I'm very positive. This is not right. Something's amiss here." Lancelot puts his hand on Merlin's shoulder. "I need you to patch us in." You guys see that Arthur is very quickly escaping the building, but narrowly dodging as like beams are barely just missing her. You can see that she's not running towards like a main like exit, but towards another one. And Merlin stands up, goes over to the mirror, touches it, and you guys watch as Lancelot, Gawain, and Percival step through, materializing next to Arthur as she swings open this massive door into what appears to be an alleyway, where you can see, clear as day, about 5 preservers standing there, their weapons drawn and pointed at her. As Lancelot is stepping through, you see he holds out his hand. Materializing is a great axe, an ivory bone handle with a gruesome serrated axe head. The metal connecting the shaft to the head shows a wolf biting down on the ivory. The axe bends slightly, almost like a scythe. Looks more like a torture device. He summons it in his hand, and as they step through the portal, you guys watch as a skirmish lets out. These preservers fighting Arthur and the rest of the Knights of Fire and Brimstone. Do you want to ask? You can.
I mean, ask who, Merlin?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't they just port away?
It takes a second to set up, and the preservers know how to do counterspells. He's looking at horror, looking on at horror as like her friends are like engaging in some type of warfare. You can see as soon as Lancelot steps out, Arthur looks scared, and then Lancelot steps out, and very much like a get behind me little bro action, just puts her behind him, his massive frame, and then charges at them. This like berserker energy. For those who've seen Vinland Saga, the guy who eats fucking mushrooms, he's just charging at them, swinging his axe. As it connects with the ground, you see sparks flying, and you can hear the sounds of wolves howling. As he's swinging his axe, his frame grows in size, his muscles bulging, and you see his hair kind of rapidly grow in quantity. Almost like he's achieving this other state.
He's going Super Saiyan.
You cannot fast travel with enemies nearby. This is exactly what happens on the screen. Oh, wrong one. Merlin cuts back to Elias and Esme as the skirmish is going. Obviously worried about everyone. Actually, sorry, 1 second. Before doing so, she cuts to Ibrahim,
Hmm.
who you guys see is standing what appears to be in the catacombs beneath the city. He is standing there like this noir detective, smoking a cigarette, the only light in this dark vicinity. As he breathes in and the light of the cigarette glows, you can see in front of him what appears to be crates and barrels, warning very explicitly to not set fire near them.
It's fireballing the cathedral. Favorite character.
Merlin, seeing this and acknowledging this, she announces to all of you, what we saw, the explosions were not just from him. Some of that was preserver magic. You guys watch as, this is not his infinite cigarette. It's like going down to like just a small like nub. And as it gets there, he
Can't
begins.
risk losing the infinite.
He walks away. You watch as he flicks the cigarette, and you watch as his form kind of has this weird kind of glow to it as he vibrates and then vanishes like he's not teleporting, more like a dimension door. Just teleports several hundreds of feet. He's outside, and you watch as another what appears to be ordinary-looking building, not the cathedral, exploding, bricks flying everywhere, the crowd losing their mind as the capital is under attack. Merlin cuts away from Ibrahim, back over to Elias and Esme. Their cart completely stopped. The two of them peering out of the limited windows, seeing the other tiny explosions happening all over the city, fires and smoke going everywhere, but something else. You guys clearly see explosions are originating from glowing orange spiral attacks that appear just for a second before buildings are leveled.
Shrine's gonna point.
I know that guy.
That's not good.
The preservers in the carriage with Elias and Esme open the door to the prison car. Just open the back of it and jump out into this cloud of smoke. Esme looks at Elias like, what do we do? And Elias is just sitting there, his hands still, shackled, and you can see he's dangling a pair of keys in front of her. She looks at him, takes the keys, and then plugs them into the chest that they're next to, like this armored, metal thick chest, opening it, and hands out their items that were taken from them. So you guys watch as, Esme starts to quickly put together her arsenal, and Elias, just very cute like a ballerina, puts on his ring. He's just happy to be there. She gives him his cane, and the two of them step out of the cart. He's still manacled. Esme stares down at Elias's manacles, and Elias looks at him and just says, "Please do not cut off my hands this time." And
It's time.
you see this reassuring look of nothing on the plate helmet, and she takes a swing of her sword and impacts it against the center chain. Sparks fly everywhere, and the sound of glass shattering rings in the air, followed by the sounds of the ruined manacles colliding with the ground. Her blade, this greatsword, is this blackened metal that has this ripple effect in it, almost like Damascus. Elias smiles and kisses Esme on the cheek before grabbing a hold of his cane that he had set to the side, and brandishes the blade hidden within. The smoke begins to clear as Elias holds out the scabbard, technically, of the cane, and with a swirling motion, this air bursts out, dispersing the smoke. The smoke, clear now, shows that they appear to be in some type of city gathering place. He's looking around, sees that no one's around, sees that the purifiers are gone, like looks around the cart and sees that the horses are just kind of standing there minding their own business, but also the person leading the carriage is gone. The preservers are nowhere to be found. He looks super confused, looking around, and you guys watch as this plaza is quickly surrounded by Bittersteel's men. The Moonlighters, the ones that dressed in white. And they're dressed in white now, like in their full, get up. Elias sighs in relief, and Esme, and turns to Esme.
He's frozen. Speed.
And turns to Esme. Oh, would you like that? Friends have arrived. Looking at the, Bittersteel's men. Can all of you make me perception check? Yeah. This is a hard check.
Is it relying on hearing at all? Because
No.
I know I can't smell them.
It's all sight.
Okay.
All sight.
1. Okay.
Ashlyn, you are the sole person who notices an off detail. As you're looking through this lens, Bittersteel's men, they're dressed in their snowy uniforms, which is funny because they're in Winterbank, and it's snowing a little bit, but like this is a bit obscene. Like you look ridiculous. Like when you see people dressed in full camo and you're like, what the fuck, we're in a Walmart right now, what are you doing?
People wearing full winter gear in fall.
You can see that they're holding rifles. That looks nothing out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary, something that the less obvious people could miss, is that their pennants are facing the right direction. When you first met them, their Moonlighter symbols were upside down. This time, they're facing the right way. You can see that they hold their rifles out towards Elias and Esme. Yes.
Oh. I would like to try and cast Ascending.
Sure. You see him. He's on the same realm as you. You're good. What are you going to say?
Watch out, something's wrong. They're amulets.
Okay. You see his head ever so slightly shift as he wasn't expecting a message. And then you see he pats Esme on the chest because he's got his hands up and goes, "Friends, we're friends." And the lot of them begin to lower their weapons. And then he takes Esme's pennant off of her armor, her moonlight, the golden one that she was wearing, and takes it and then hands it to her in her hand upside down. She then looks in her palm at it and drops the pennant. Elias sighs. I was so distracted with my success that I sometimes forget that I need to pay attention to the fine details, my friends. The fine details indeed. And he claps his hands together. Like a theatrical clap. Fortunately, it's been brought to my attention that I did miss a fine detail. And you watch, he takes his hands apart from one another and drops the cane and the scabbard to the side. And with his open hands, you watch as he takes them and slaps them to the ground. Lightning starts sparking from the impact, and you watch his rings begin to shatter off his fingers. And you watch as the ground begins to open up, and you watch bodies spring forth from nothing, stitched together in golden thread. You see bodies of preservers emerging from the ground, and from thin air, from the shattering of these rings. You watch as what you would expect to be men who know how to use rifles take or put away their rifles completely and brandish what appears to be rapiers and short swords. And you watch as their hands and armor begin to ignite with flames, clearly showing that these are in fact not Bittersteel's men, but people preservers passing themselves off to be. They look horrified as this army of undead claw their way back into existence. You see these golden threads stitched from them, originating back to the marionette master himself, Elias. As the bodies begin to churn out, you watch as they begin to lob out firebolts, and you watch as these bodies of the preservers, like, get down, Mr. President, jump in front of the bolts, absorbing the flame completely. It doesn't take but a moment for you guys to put together, if the preservers are immune to fire, then why wouldn't their bodies be as well? Elias, as he's stitching these bodies together quickly, very quickly putting together an army, you hear him shout out in glee, "Ever since he's been creating corpses, I've been collecting them." And you watch as preservers of old and new uniforms across many, many years just emerge and to begin to add to this undead horde. The raised dead work in perfect tandem, protecting Elias as more of his jewelry explodes, giving him more and more spell slots to work with, and the dead dig their way out of the catacombs beneath the city. The preservers, who were passing off as the fake third army, try to stop him, but unfortunately for them, he has an Esme and an army of the dead. Elias goes around the battlefield, slaying and razing whoever he can, building an army that can fight back against the flames. You guys watch as this skirmish is breaking out. You hear more explosions, you see more explosions, and you see more and more spirals. This is all interrupted, both the smoke and the fighting, by the beating of a massive set of wings breaking the sound barrier. Judge swoops in, the Goliath, with the wings of white that you saw throw a javelin of pure ice at Volca and then flee into the night sky with these draconic wings. Grab a hold of Esme, so he swoops in, grabbing hold of Esme, this fallen angel type entity, grabbing her by the shoulders and pushing her away from Elias, pushing her away from the army, slamming her into a building nearby, like pushing her through a wall. Elias, in surprise, turns to this and shouts, "Let's go of my fucking wife," turning to address the assailant. He turns in the direction that the two quote-unquote flew off into. Basically, the judge grabbed her by the shoulders and dragged her across the ground. You see where her feet were trying to dig in, going to the hole in this nearby building, the undead army. He turns to the direction that the two flew off in, outstretches his arm, and you watch as this silent order for his undead horde is listened to. As he's standing there, Elias's arm is consumed by the blackened rot seen previously only on his hand. It is traced up all the way to his past his forearm, past his bicep, inching its way closer and closer up to his throat like a poison coursing through his veins. The once magically reserved mage looks more like a mad scientist, his ever-growing horde of zombies rip and tear through any hostiles, the limbs being torn or stitched back together as he touches them with his cane. He follows in the path that Esme was taken, following in the wake, the army tearing apart these wannabe preservers. The path leading closer and closer back to the Grand Cathedral. He finds Duma clashing with Esme. He sees that she's holding her own pretty well. He's fighting primarily with his hands, summoning these icicle weapons, slamming them against her armor, shattering it. You can see that her armor is covered in dents and it's beginning to fall off in places, but she seems to be holding her own against whatever this man is. His wings allowing him to keep a pretty scary pace with her. As Elias looks across the horizon, his army following behind him, he sees that another army is approaching. An army of properly uniformed preservers converging on the same point that he is, Esme. Elias motions at the preservers, once again telling the army to follow. His army of undead preservers run at them, immune to the fire being shot back at them. Their attacks, very similar to that of Purifier Bianchi, being able to throw fire across and be able to teleport with it while standing within this bright light, they mean nothing to this army that is immune to their attacks. They seem to be getting scared because the army is approaching. There's something they can do to stop it. Oxton's voice can be heard shouting, "Divines, damn it, allies! It is a fucking trap! Don't kill them off! Do you want to start a fucking war?" You don't see him. You just hear his voice. Then you see the building right next to Elias explodes from this orange spiral. And you hear the sound of meat punching stone. The rot in Elias has spread to his eye, the white now consumed by blackness. An all too familiar crimson crescent arcs through the air towards Elias, impacting an arcane barrier sprouting from Elias's hand. Elias searches for the source before seeing Hugo standing atop a nearby building smiling, holding another ball of energy in his hand. Elias smiles back, and he motions for half his army to split off from the preservers and to reach Hugo. You watch as they leap and climb at this building, this fervorous intent. Think of the zombies from World War Z. These fast-paced murdering machines that just want to churn through anything in front of them. You guys watch as Hugo starts flourishing arc after crimson arc towards the undead horde, the bodies stitching back together after being lobbed off. So he'll cut one in half, and you'll just watch as it's falling, it just gets stitched back together by this golden thread. Elias stands in the center of this plaza, directing the horde to aid Esme and to eliminate Hugo, and to ward off any more people disguises, or any more flock and preservers disguised. With each dead adding more and more to his army, with the zombies biting and killing, they're infecting those who fell. He takes whatever bodies he can, stitching them back together. He focuses his attention back to Esme, making slow progress to her, turning his back to the swarmed Hugo. You watch. He begins to, he stows away his blade once more, into the scabbard, making a cane once again. He begins to cast a spell. You see a ring explode in response, and his hand motions frantically conjure something forth. You see this purple light sparking between his hands. Directed at Judge and Esme. But it is stopped by an arrow piercing through his hand. You watch as the light fades, and Elias shouts in pain, looking down at the arrow piercing through his hand. He turns his gaze to the source. Standing atop another building, firing an arrow. You see, standing atop another building, another arrow notched in his longbow, is Lander. This time, the arrow finds a mark in Elias's shoulder. Elias's body recoils in response, and Lander quickly notches another arrow and fires, but this time, Elias blocks it with an arcane barrier similar to that what he did to Hugo. Elias, seeing this, redirects the last third of his army to Lander, who in response drops from the building, brandishing a shield and a spear. You guys then watch as Lander puts on full display why he's called the Breaker of Armies, dismantling the Legion in front of him with ruthless efficiency. Each spear poke, each slash, breaking apart the zombies in front of him. Meanwhile, Hugo's magic is ripping through the lessened horde. He is also being aided by what can be heard as an unseen gunman ripping shot after shot through the air. Not like a Gatling gun, not like a machine gun, anything like that. Just fast clicks of several pistols, a gap in between it, or each emptied round. Hugo and Lander begin to converge on Elias, Hugo floating down, throwing arc after arc. Lander reaches him first. It is all a quick couple of minutes, or moments, but Elias is holding his own against the Master of Blades and an onslaught of projectiles from Hugo, nimbly dodging the intense fireworks of Hugo and just barely parrying the strikes of Lander. But then there's a slip-up. Elias's face gets caught in the middle of raising the dead mid-combat, and Lander's spear pierces through Elias's cheek, sending blood spraying everywhere. Hugo hurls a guillotine at Elias, catching one of the mage's legs this time. You watch as he tries to balance himself with the cane, but he begins to collapse. His world is spiraling, and you watch as he is caught by who you thought was in the room with you. You see Volka standing there holding Elias up.
What do you mean? That's not a good thing.
Elias looks comforted, but then distraught as the flesh melts away, revealing the skin mage.
Fucking knew it! I was like, that's not me.
The skin mage smiles. Oh, baby brother. Elias looks at him confused, and he watches the mage falls us up by the sound of a meaty thud as Elias is struck by a twisted dagger, impacting him in the chest. Elias gasps. Silas? Oh, you remember this time? Well, at least you did in your final moments, Eli. There's this moment pause as these two very clearly related men stare at each other. And Elias mutters back to him, I'm sorry. And Silas nods somberly. Me too. But we will be reunited in due time. And then Silas kisses Elias on the forehead before lowering him to the ground carefully, pulling out the dagger in the process, twisting and turning. You all watch as the army begins to fall apart. The once stitched together legion falling into just meaty chunks. You see Lander takes his spear and drives it across this wall in front of him of zombies, piercing through them and looking down at Elias, laying there, blood pooling around him. He stares down, takes his spear and plants it into the ground. He squints, spits, and then turns his back. Hugo looks disappointed. Oh, I thought there would be more. And he lowers himself from his flying stance, walking next to Lander. He takes his hand and puts it on Lander's back, and the two of them vanish out of sight in a blast of light. You can see that the battle between Esme and this dragon man continue on. Merlin looks at what's unfolding in front of all of you, tears rolling down her face. She's looking at no one, but is just shouting for guidance as she's reached this boiling point of emotions and just says,
You're cutting out a lot.
No, he's not Alicia, that's you.
That's you.
Is it? I have no idea what he said then.
It's been him a couple times, but it's you this time.
Okay, can you repeat your
Yeah.
last sentence?
So Merlin is looking around frantically at the screen, trying to figure out what to do. And she shouts out to all of you, what the fuck do we do? She stands up from the chair, stumbling over herself, Her legs just able to keep her up a little bit, and she grabs towards the mirror, and she looks to you guys for this moment of stress and just says, "Go after him," and takes her hand and slams it against the mirror. You guys watch as it ripples, giving you guys the cue to engage if you would like you did with or like how Lancelot done previously, walking through the mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Velka.
The 5 of you jump out, and you're greeted with the bloodied streets of Witherheart. You see Elias on the ground, coughing, blood pooling from his mouth, his body, or half his body, consumed by this blackened rot. You see the crater that the dagger has left in him, and you see his hands meekly covering it. His body covered in licks of burn marks from flames, and one of his legs severed, the other one crushed by the spear through it. What are you guys gonna do?
Velka's beelining to Elias.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So Hugo's gone with Lander.
Yeah. But
Duma's
still
with
fighting Esme, and they're over there in the
Esme.
distance. You can see this mighty clash of titans, as she's using her body as a shield at this point against his onslaught of attacks. Just ice javelin after ice javelin.
And if I recall correctly, Hugo and Arthur talked about a magic circle, but it was in the cathedral, right?
Yeah.
That's been gone kaboom. Okay.
Trine, you have the highest perception. Or I guess both you and Ashlyn. You guys can see that he had slinked off into the alleyway nearby, but you see the skin mage looking at this interaction, his eyes being the only thing glowing in the darkness, and you watch as he takes a theatrical bow because his performance is over, and you watch as this form just melts away.
Silas, when I get you.
Okay,
Okay,
Look
I
at
need
you,
somebody
Silas.
who knows shit about medicine to look at this boy and tell me if he's poisoned and what we need to fix it.
really fast. Shrine, you see in the distance, fighting Manacled. You see Oxton is trading blow for blow with the Spiral Sage.
I'm not even gonna fucking deal with that right now.
You can see them. You can see Oxton wants to see what's going on. You can see he out of the corner of his eye, he's looked at you guys, but he sees that you're there and is no longer worried about what's happening, and is just trying to hold off against the Spiral Sage as he is it's like that anime moment where he punches someone and they get buried into the ground a little bit. He's doing his best to hold his own, but last time it was both him and Bunny, and he's doing his best, but his best is only getting him so far.
Okay, we'll deal with that in a second.
Okay.
We got some shit to do first.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to.
Volka, you're the first to reach Elias. You see his eyes fluttering as he's grabbing at the hole in his chest.
Velka will scoop her hand under his neck to support his head and just be like, "Stay with me." And I have a potion of greater healing. I don't know if that'll help, but it's all I can do personally. I'm not adept in medicine.
Okay. Are you gonna give it to him?
Yes.
Okay. Doing so, you see two things. The rot on his body from his hand, or what started at his hand, you see glows in this response to it, this dull kind of grayish glow. And as the potion, as he takes it, it's not reacting in the way you want it to. It seems to not be reacting at all. You see
The potion, the black is like basically absorbing like
Yeah.
the magic of the potion. Yeah. Okay.
You see through his hands as well that the wound in his chest is quickly spreading, almost like a similar red rot through his body.
Velka shouting for Ashlyn.
I'm here.
You crouch down. What are you going to do?
Merlin, speak to me.
You hear her voice. I don't know what relic that is. I don't know what he used. The blackness, the black rot, it is consuming any of the magic being pumped into him. I don't know what the red rot is.
I'm gonna try casting Remove Curse.
Okay. Okay.
Does that seem to do an, or is that also?
No. You watch as the black rot, as I'll call it for the time being, the black rot reacts and begins to kind of squirm away a little bit, just a little bit. But the red rot, as I'll call it, seems to have no effect. Shrine rolled a natural 20 on a medicine check to see if it's a curse or something. Or disease. Or
I asked if it was poison or disease.
You have only seen this once before. And it's not something that you as Shrine have experienced. It's this deja vu moment. You see in the distance the Spiral Sage beating the shit out of Oxton, and you're rethinking about a past memory. Something just comes flooding back to you. This is best described as like a divine curse.
How do you fix a divine curse, DM?
The effect that you've seen happen once, as you're thinking about it, because you have visions of sages getting killed, you've seen this be used against, you're unsure of their title, but the weapon itself severs someone's connection to the interstice.
How do we fix it?
Like I said, it's a memory of someone dying.
This is not what I wanted. I will share this with the magical people in the party.
I will simply try to cast Dispel Magic.
It's like, what's happening to him?
Real respect's real.
So you're telling me a Soothberry wouldn't fix this?
Would it do anything, Davis?
Dispel magic?
Yeah.
Well, you see a lot of magical effects on him. From like, rings and whatnot. Looking at him, no. You
Okay.
cast it, I'll say like you
use a spell slot.
Okay, so we know what the red does, I guess. Isn't that what?
you guys are kind of familiar with the
Or do we know what the black?
The black one is just his basically it's the weave calling
It's
him back.
The magic black hole.
Yeah. It's
Gotcha.
it's what stopped him from doing magic. Imagine if he just had like anti-magic coursing through his veins while he was trying to cast magic.
Yeah.
That's why it's consuming him.
You could just say it out loud and she can.
I mean, I told the party,
Yeah.
so she heard it. Does Merlin have a...
There's this moment of silence, and then you hear Merlin, meekly whimper out. If it's what I think it is, there's nothing we can do.
Can I, like in my head, like call for magician?
Sure.
See I'm just trying to see if he'll respond or if he's still being baby.
You watch as he manifests. He was always there, right? You look around, you just see him. He's
Mhm.
standing next to you. Yes, Arwen.
If I sever our pact right now, can you save him? You know, like how you saved me.
He puts his hand on your shoulder. That's the mark of the Crimson Mage. He only has a maybe a minute or two. He gives you a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You would need a act from the divine. Although you guys
So
don't,
kind of just go solemn at that.
although you guys can't
What?
see magician, you heard his word.
Fuck it, I'll start praying right now.
I think Valka will also start praying to Nyktos.
I'll pray to whoever the fuck is listening. I don't give a fuck. Hey, let me look at all the gods that I know.
Where's our favorite homeless man?
Where's Siren?
Where's Cyric? He was just a goddamn favor.
I'm gonna sending Cyric.
What are you gonna say?
It's gonna be
Sending a god.
yeah. It's just gonna be we need you and we need you now. And then after I'm done with that, I'm gonna whisper. I'm gonna whisper into Elias's ear. I might have a method to escape, but you're not going to like it. And it probably won't work anyway.
You guys see something a bit scary. You guys watch as this storm begins to form above your heads. The snow increasing in frequency. You hear the sounds of howling wind. And you watch as the streets darken. You see a bolt of lightning, and you watch as upon the crumbling cathedral of the Preservers, you see a shadow from something that is very much not here. You see the shadow of what belongs to a giant. You see the lightning strikes, illuminating the shadow across the building. And then you hear back to you're called a plea from Cyric. Listen, boyo. You can hear the sound of these beating drums in your ears. What you're dealing with I can't help you with. What you're dealing with is predetermined. You have better luck talking to my siblings. I'm not the one who gave mortals that curse, and I'm not the one who can take it away.
Ashlyn just grits his teeth and his eyes just start darting back and forth.
Another flash of lightning shows that the shadow is still there on the crumbling architecture of the cathedral.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Mythos, guide us, please. Please. Please.
Anything else?
Shrine, you hear Oxen's voice. I'm not gonna scream. He just yells Pond Treader.
Volka, you need to hold Elias as he dies. I'm gonna go.
You run up to Oxen. You can see is pretty beaten. You can see his face bruising in his arms and legs, like his clothes torn to shreds. You see that the spiral sage is just blown up the building next to him, and Oxen rolls over and holds up his manacles for you to strike with your sword.
Did it dispel magic sword?
Mm-hmm.
I'd do it.
You take your sword and he's not magical. So these are just normal manacles.
Oh, I forgot that they're not special
No,
manacles.
you're fine. You slam again. Oh, hold on though. I'm gonna take that back. You can still do the spell magic. You want to do that? My apologies.
I dispel magic with my sword and also
Silence surrounds you as you cut the string, holding the magic together, and you watch as the manacles break away from him, and you see the spiral sage takes his fist and slams it into the ground next to where Oxen was at, but he rolls out of the way. He stands up, and you watch as he holds out his hand. You watch as the scythe gets summoned, the one that he held Magician at blade point with. And Oxen's eyes dart to you. And you can see blood running down his forehead. I'll go left, you go right. And the two of you engage, fighting the spiral sage. The spiral sage seems completely caught off guard now that you're here, Shrine. His fighting completely sloppy now. He is purposely pulling punches away from hitting you.
well, if you could just leave, that would be great.
Arwen, you're staring down at Elias. You see Shrine runs off to start aiding Oxen, the two of them working in perfect tandem. You look over and you see the fight between Esme and Duma not looking great, but what scares you the most is you're seeing Duma's form kind of twist and change, kind of similar to what you saw with Lancelot earlier. You see his muscles bulging, his clothes ripping. What's scary though is when he's swinging, you watch as he strikes with his hand. There's this brief pause before these massive gashes form on the armor that Esme is wearing, almost like a claw twice his size is striking against him. And you're seeing that she's holding him off to the best of her ability. But he is a force to be reckoned with.
How far away are they?
They're a good distance away.
Okay.
What scares you though is as they're fighting, you can see Esme keeps looking over at what's going on with y'all. But what's scaring you the most is that you're hearing Duma shout phrases at Esme, and they're not in English, they're not in Common, they're not in Sylvan, they're in Draconic. You can hear that he is in. This is the language that you learned after the item was attuned to you. What he's saying are phrases of like glee, like he's enjoying this hunt, like kind of taunting her, even in a language she clearly doesn't understand. The only person here is you. Was there anything you wanted to do?
How do we get out of here? Kind of looking at, like kind of looking up, like played at Merlin.
You hear her respond in your head. You're gonna need someone who can teleport you away. But
So Lancelot.
I'm afraid that Elias is going to consume whatever magic you try to use. If he's there. Part of it.
All right. I'm sorry, Elias, and I'm gonna go, and I think Arwen's gonna go over and he's gonna try to help Esme.
Okay.
With her fight.
As you're running over to go and help her, you hear footsteps following with you. You hear the sound of magician, and you hear his voice. I think just this once, maybe you and I can work together.
Gladly.
You watch as the arm glows, and as you're walking, you watch as the stone around you begins to morph and kind of, almost like years of erosion taking place, begin to turn to sand. Volga.
I think Volka shifts in the dirt so that she's like sitting, and she pulls like Elias's upper half like onto her lap,
I think this goes without saying.
like
This
supporting
is
his head.
very reminiscent of the dream you had.
Yep, smoke everywhere. He's burned, he's cut up, he's stabbed. If he says Esme will take care of me, I will cry. Right here, right now.
You see that with his left hand, he's holding the wound. Not doing anything, it's just instinct. And he has his free hand, and he's grabbing at your shirt.
Velka puts her hand over his on his chest.
You looking down at him, you see his eyes swelling red with the tears. His one eye, a blackened mass, looks at you, almost like it's been eclipsed over. He gives you this painted smile as the blood has stained his teeth.
Velka is also tearing up.
I'm sorry. You can see he's struggling to breathe. His breathing pattern becoming more and more frantic and ragged.
Velka, she nods her head to his apology for whatever he's apologizing for.
This isn't the way I wanted you to see me go.
I thought we had so much more time.
He smiles weakly. Right now, we have all the time in the world. The part that comes after this is going to be the hardest part. You know that you have Esme.
I need you too.
I don't think the gods want me to.
Velka fixes some of his hair.
He you see he's struggling to keep his eyes open. I hope that your life after all this be as fantastic as you want it to be.
There'll be a hole in it without you.
You see his eyes focus on yours. And he reaches out his hand to put against your face, wiping away some of the tears. Don't bury me with any regrets.
I love you.
He gives you another smile, his eyes closing. I love you too. And his hand that he has placed on your face goes limp and falls to his side.
And Velka leans down and kisses him on the forehead. Until we meet again.
Ashlyn, looking over, you're familiar with the concept of death, and you can tell that there is nothing left there. In the middle of your fighting, Shrine, you and Oxen are keeping pace with the now handicapped Spiral Sage. You, with your sword, making easy work of him. And in a moment, you see this look as he's been just staring at you, the Spiral Sage, this entire time. You see this look of surprise, his eyes glow, the spiral swirling. And he stands there and he holds out his hand. And as Oxen makes contact with the scythe, you watch as he gets blown back 60 feet, thrown through the air, hitting his back against a nearby building. The Spiral Sage looks down at you, and through the rags dressed around him, swear you see this look of pain. They have gotten into your mind. The rot seeps in. I will rescue you. And you watch as finishes the sentence, this burst of flame erupts from him. First you think it's going to hurt you, but it seems to not even affect you. This is visual sensory, but you watch as things ignite around him. And he looks down at you. Our love will bring us together again. I will make you remember. And you watch as his form burst out another fiery explosion, and you see him just vanish. This intense smell of burning cinder and wood gone, or present. You see Oxid stands up, looking at you, and he keels over and coughs, and you can see this splatter of blood across the stone. And you watch as he picks himself up fist by fist, and then looks at you. And you see this look of acknowledgement as the threat is no longer there. Arwen. The terrain around you begins to turn into sand. And you watch as these sentient mounds of dune act as these claws, pulling and sinking in around the judge, pulling him deep into this like quicksand effect. You see that he's completely confused by this, his wings flapping out of it, trying its best to consume this reptile man. You stand there and you realize that you're the one who's directing this. You're a bit caught off guard. It's not like you were possessed, just unaware for a moment, but you feel this overwhelming sense of power. Something that Magician has not let you felt up to this point. And you hear him, Magician, say, directing you on where to pull, where to tug, where to hold, where to grasp, telling you how to control the element of earth. You watch as the stone prison tries to circle around it. Like this dome. And the Duma fights against it. Esme finally getting a reprieve. You watch as she stands there, her armor scant. Nothing, the metal plating pretty much gone, just these open wounds from the claw marks. You watch as she looks at you, nods, and holds out her sword, ready to take like this striker stance to strike forward against the beast. You open the prison door, like the fighting pit's letting out a wild animal. This creature, bewildered, filled with rage, doesn't expect Esme to be prepared. And as he comes out, you watch as she takes the sword and drives it deep into the stomach of Duma, the Goliath. You hear this howl, and you watch as his head shoots upwards, and this cone of freezing winter shoots from it, striking and freezing the sand around. You watch as he grabs the sword and with his strength begins to unplunge it as Esme's fighting against him, the two staring in this battle of strength. And you watch as he doesn't seem to have the upper hand, but then quickly overtakes her, ripping it from his stomach and throwing her to the side. You watch as she catches herself, ready to strike again, and you watch as this unmarked Goliath head looks at you, Arwen. You see his eyes, serpent-like. You hear him saying, "Dragon, good, you've awakened." And you watch him smile, and then lick his teeth, the split tongue. And you watch as his wings beat against the sands, holding him back. And you watch as he flies away, once again, into the wintry sky. You hear the sound, a sound that you think you would have only heard in stories, but the sound of a dragon screeching through the air. This low rumble, followed by this cacophonous roar. You see Esme stands there. He nearly collapses.
I'll run over to like help.
You do so. You go up to her. The sand was still working with you. As you reach to grab for her, so does the sand, and it holds her up straight. And she looks at you. You see this tired look in her eyes. She's barely conscious. You could see that bits of her frozen, her hair stuck to her face, her arm, this very pink color. Whatever she was in, it was in the middle of a blizzard. You can see her armor chipping away what remains, and you watch as she just takes off the last bit across her chest, throwing it to the side. And then, as you get to her, or as you reach to her, she looks at you, these tired eyes staring back at yours. She sees and recognizes the pain in your eyes, and then looks over at Volko, still holding on to Elias, with Ashen crouched nearby. And
In the dirt.
Yeah. You watch as she looks at you see this look of panic in her eyes, and she quickly gets out of the supportive stance the sand was offering her and that you were offering her, and she begins to run towards Volka and Elias, dropping her sword in the process, trying to relinquish any weight holding her back from getting there as quickly as possible.
Volka looks up at her as she's coming towards them, and she has sadness in her eyes.
She comes falling to her knees, having to crawl the last foot or so to the two of you. She looks at the two of you silently, panicking, and then looks at the semi-peaceful look on Elias's face. And
Milka
then
just shakes her head. She just says, he's gone.
you see for a moment this weakened state on her face, but it's quickly reinforced with her normal stoic look. She looks at you and, instead of crying with you, gives you a nod. She presses her head against yours, and you can hear a sound you've never really heard from Esme, besides, like, grunts and whatnot. You hear what sounds like someone, or sounds like her trying to use what remains of her vocal cords. This, like, guttural sound as she's trying to make them move in a way so that way she can tell you something. But it just comes out as this pained groan. Then she stops. And she picks up the two of you.
Both of us? Like, how is this?
Well, yeah. Yeah. She's like, well, she's got, Isabel just did it pretty much the best. So you're holding on to him, and then she just is so much larger than you. She's
We're
just
just in like a stack
Yeah.
in her arms.
Yeah. She stands up. Arwen, did you say you grabbed her sword, or am I hallucinating?
I said in my head.
I just know you.
I was just waiting. I was waiting for you
I
to
know
do
you.
your thing.
I know you.
Astrally projecting.
Yeah.
You guys stand. Arwen, you approach with the sword. Shrine, you and Oxton converge. And he looks at you. You're separate from the group still. And he just looks you in the eyes and says, "Fuck." He tries to dust himself off. He is blissfully, currently unaware of what's happening down. I mean, you know that Elias was not in a good state. Yeah. You want to tell him anything? He's like looking at Esme, who's now like picking everybody up, and she's shielding the view.
Yeah, I'll break the bad news.
What do you say?
I'll just say Elias. ...
You see this look of like, good work, team, and like relief, go to panic, and he watches he first stumbles and then runs, to the collective crowd.
I will follow without running.
He reaches Esme, looming over him, and he looks at her, and she looks back at him, and then she shakes her head no, and Oxton falls to his knees. And you hear him regurgitate, trying the same thing he just said to you, but in a much more defeated tone. Fuck. You watch as his head sinks. And for the first time, for many of you, you hear him trying his best to keep back the tears, but it's just him sniffling. You guys hear, in this moment of silence shared between all of you, a voice shout out of panic. Buxton! Buxton, over here! And you see Domino standing next to a building, like motioning for you guys to come over to where he's at. Oxton takes a wobbly stance upright. And you guys hear him say, "We're on our way, Domino." And he begins his walk over to Domino. Esme takes a moment and then follows as well. And by proxy, so does Volker. The rest of you, do you follow? You get to Domino, and you can see behind him, standing there, is Virtue. She's holding what appears to be a collection of Oxton's weapons. And Domino, unaware of what's going on, "We found the wagon you were in, and we broke into it, doing an ask how, and we got your stuff." And he looks at Oxton. "Oh, you look like shit. Follow us to the wagons." And Oxton violently grabs for his stuff from Virtue, who looks like she's going to say something and then realizes it's not the best time. And just manages to get out a happened. And then Oxton just silently taking his blades and putting them on his back. He wipes his face on his sleeve. To the wagons. And you guys begin this trek through the ruined streets of Witherheart. Yes.
I want to do something really quickly.
Sure, what is it?
I want to cast Locate Creature.
Okay, what's the creature?
And I want to try and see if the Purifier Mentor of Arwen's is nearby.
It's 1,000 feet, right?
Yeah, it's 1,000 feet.
The cathedral's pretty far behind you. You don't sense the his mentor nearby.
Okay.
Shrine has a question. Everyone had cleared, so that's why Domino's here right now. Is everybody had cleared previously and had given ample time to like go to wherever they were staying at, and then Oxton and all of them transported away. Then the explosion started taking. You guys somberly. Oh, anyone else? Sorry, my apologies. Arwen, Volka, Gretchen. You guys walk through the.
Sam missed the worst fucking session.
You guys walk through the empty, ruined streets of Witherheart. People avoiding you, as you slowly make your way to the city gate, or one of the city gates, led by Domino. You see, tucked away neatly in some of the nearby foliage, you see Mimi Moko, ready to go. Their wagons ready, horses ready, and everything. Domino, so it doesn't say to Oxton, or he says at Oxton, not to Oxton. Bit of a difference. We were ready to go, like you requested. And you guys just see Mimi Moko, as well as Faye McDouglas. You don't see any other Moonlighters, besides Ivar and Hera. The two on the back of horses, as they see you guys approach, Ivar hops off his horse and runs, or approaches on the back of the horse, and then gets off and sees Oxton, and you watch as the two share this loving embrace, and you guys hear Oxton let out this very like animalistic, like muffled crying against Ivar. And you hear Ivar doing his best to emotionally support him during this time. Hera looks to you, Shrine, and you can see her eyes already beginning to water. She's an empath. She also, if you can recall, was a big fan of Mr. Elias Katzenbach.
I'll give her a little hug.
And very reminiscent of Oxton, must be a Winterbank thing. She goes, fuck.
Yeah.
Volka,
Hi.
you're in this daze. And as you see this tearful reunion around you, you're kind of snapped away just for a second in your grief, and then realize who you're surrounded by, which is the traveling theater company. You hear a voice you recognize all too much, calling out for your name. It is the familiar Gaul accent of Sloane. Esme looks at you, and you get this intense feeling, the supernatural, of I'll hold him.
We'll comply with that.
There's this exchange where she, at the same time as she's like setting you down, she's scooping Elias away from you, and you can see that she holds him close. You take a minute to, refine your balance on your legs. You see Sloane standing by Domino, who's like kind of holding her back a little bit, just like his arm outstretched. And she looks at you, this look of confusion, and sees your red face. And you can see this look of shared sorrow across hers. You see the ring missing from her hand. The one that I said that it looks like something Elias would wear.
Where'd you say we were again right now?
You guys
we in
are
or...
outside the city of Witherheart.
Okay. Velka will go to her. And as soon as she's close enough, she'll hug her, and then just start sobbing.
Arwen, you hear a familiar voice. In your head.
It's in your head. Who's in my head?
There's like two telepathic individuals that you know of, and it's fucking.
There's too many.
It's Magician and Dasha. Okay.
There's too many voices.
What about Merlin?
Oh, and Merlin. My apologies. You hear Dasha's voice. I guess I'm sorry. There's 3 voices. They're all fighting for.
You're losing the pronoun game.
Ah, shit. But it's Dasha. It's Dasha. It's Dasha. You hear her for the first time asking for permission. Do you want me to approach you?
Yes.
You see from the crowd of the traveling company, she makes her way, large berth, around to you. She doesn't say anything. She's also an empath.
Fuck.
She approaches and, without saying anything, she just takes you into an embrace. Are you crying, Arwen?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I need you to remind you guys that Arwen's hair looks exactly like Elias's at this very moment.
It was supposed to be a silly little joke. We were supposed to be like, haha, that's so funny. Oh, funny boy.
Oh, that's awful.
You have to keep it.
So, Bulk is crying into Sloan. Arwen's crying into Dasha. Ashton, is there anybody you want to cry into? You have plenty of options.
Milk is mumbling nonsense.
Yeah, into the friendly void that I've always had. Should be.
Friend-shaped void.
The friend-shaped absence, where a person usually fits.
You want Renoran? You can have Renoran.
You don't have to magic him here.
No,
It's fine.
It makes perfect
He's
sense.
here.
Yeah,
Not for
I'll have
Bulk
her.
is
Okay.
here.
You see emerging from behind the cart. You see Renoran with Olympia. Uh-oh.
Olympia's here.
Yeah. There she is. He runs up to you. Ashton, he seems seemingly oblivious. You see the fucking church exploded? And then he looks at you. Oh, you look like shit. And then he looks at everyone else. Oh no. And he looks at Esme holding Elias and Oxton breaking down in Ivar's hands. And then looks at you. Doesn't say anything, just like Dasha, and just takes you into his bosom. His bountiful
His
purple bosom.
Bartity.
His party. The safest place to be.
Do you resist this?
No, I do not resist this.
He whispers something to you. In Giant. She was there at your trial, little brother.
Why?
Your dad's a mean bitch.
I tried, but there wasn't anything I could do.
Once again in Giant. He quotes a giant prayer, which roughly means together as one, reunited as one, which is to say that mortals are all mortals, and all mortals all end up in the same place together. And this is like a kind of like a prayer of endearment in Nordland, where after like a battle, that's what you say to one. You know, like, we lost some people, we're still here, we'll honor them in life, but we'll rejoin them later. Right. You're with Hera. A little bit. A lot of it. She's known him for a long time.
She can cry. It's fine. I'm not absorbent.
You're waterproof even.
Yeah, you're walking on her tears.
Tear treader.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Fucking savage.
Guys, see. Yeah, no. I was just saying Hera's with you. You guys see reaching this caravan as well. The familiar faces of Lancelot, Arthur, Percival, and Gawain. You can see all in different amounts of disheveled from having to engage with the preservers. You can see that Lancelot is limping pretty egregiously with Arthur quote-unquote supporting him. He like has his arm wrapped around like basically her neck as it's supporting him, or she's supporting him. You see that his eye patch is missing. I mean, you just see this mangled mess that he's shown you guys before of where, you know, I would be. You see that his beard has fully grown back and is a bit more homeless looking. Like this huge like plume kind of jutting out. And his eyebrows a bit bushier, and his hair this huge poof of red. He looks a bit demonic, if you were. And unlike his companion's wife, doesn't look flame touched. As they make their limping way over to the pity party, Domino tells everyone that they'll be going soon, whistling and gathering everyone's attention. In this moment, as all these people regroup, you see standing upon the wall of the city nearby, you see Ibrahim looking down at all of you. The catwalk, or not catwalk, the catapults? Battlements, whatever, in shambles. You can see that he stands there smoking, like always. And you can see behind him, crumbling in the distance, in on itself, is the cathedral. And as this man looms over you, the cathedral in the distance collapsing in on itself, a grim reminder that not even the divine were protected from what just happened. Or a house to the divine. Domino whistles, rounding everybody up. And you guys are led into your own grieving cart. Wounded, emotionally and physically. Characters find some respite. As you're unsure of where you're going right now, you'll find out. And with that, that's where we're going to end the session.